Hello, everyone, and good whatever wonderful moment of the day you are enjoying on your time zones, either now as you're watching or listening live or later on as you come upon the recording. It is such a joy and a privilege to welcome you to the third edition of our virtual summit, Becoming a Strategic HR Business Partner. Can you believe it? It's already the third edition, or even more likely, can you believe it is already mid-October? My name is Minora Jacques. I will be your co-host for the next hour. We have Barbara taking good care of us backstage. She's our tech whisperer extraordinaire. And we have an amazing lineup of speakers. We will discuss over the next hour or so about connecting the dots. How can we build sustainable and relevant people strategies aligned to business results and success? So, Barbara, please do help me bring the speakers on stage. In the meantime, warm welcome to everybody joining us. Do drop us your comments in the chat. Let us know where you're watching us from. We're always super curious to see where Hacking HR gets to people. And also, do consider the conversation just as much yours as it is ours in the panel. Drop us your thoughts, your experiences, drop us your best stories about the best HRBPs you've ever worked with, what inspired you, and what do you consider an HRBP role model to be? Now, we will aim to wrap this up just a little bit under 1 hour so that people joining us for more panels in a row can get up, get some steps in, and get a new glass of water or a new coffee. We're beverage agnostic here at Hacking HR. And let's make the most out of our time today. So, connecting the dots, connecting flexible, relevant, sustainable people strategies to business outcomes and success. You know the drill. You're all Hacking HR friends and veterans. So I will pass the e-mic around as you appear on my screen. Clockwise, that means Renzi, you will pioneer us, and Tracy, you will bring us home. It's the round of introductions, and we ease into the topic. So, just please shortly introduce yourselves and do let us know when you think about strategic HRBP, what are the key elements that automatically pop into your head? And Renzi, thumbs up when you're ready to go, and we take it from there. Wonderful. Welcome. So good to see you.
Hello, Minola. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much again, Minola, for inviting me in this program. Really looking forward to this. So, my name is Renzi. I am the founder of Perky People. It's an HR consulting agency, and I'm joining from the sunny Casablanca. I just finished delivering a program. When I think about HR as a strategic partner in the business, first thing that pops in my head is really aligning people strategy with business strategy. Oftentimes, when people think about people strategy, it's always isolated or independent from the business strategy. It's how do you align your people strategy with what really the business need and wants in order to future proof the success of the business. So that for me is first thing that pops in my head when I think about HR strategic business partner.
Wonderful. Ciprian, welcome. Good to see you.
Likewise, Minola, and thank you very much for having me today. So I'm Ciprian. In my day job, I head up the global people experience and HR transformation for Entain Group, which is an organization of just shy of 30,000 people globally. And in my spare time, I do sort of different type of activities, including speaking at events, running podcasts, workshops, and anything else in between. And it's quite interesting. I'm going to build on what Renzi was mentioning earlier of sort of the what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking about the HR business partner, and it's less of the HR and more of the business partner. So I'm actually thinking of an actual business partner in the context of HR rather than an HR person that is attached to a business, and that allows us to actually think and breed what is the business model, how do we generate cash flow, what's the information flow in the organization, and then we're layering that with our expertise in HR, where we're thinking like, where does talent lie? How will talent mature, evolve over time, and how we're sustaining that business model for the organization? Where are the best pockets for us to attract, grow, retain, augment talent within that organization? And then how for that specific part of the organization, we're creating the best environment ever for people to be able to thrive and perform.
Thank you. Sergey, good to see you. It's been quite some time since we shared the panel. Welcome back.
Great to be here, Minola and everyone. My name is Sergey Gorbatov. I am professor of HR and leadership at IE Business School in Spain, but I'm also founder and managing partner of InTalentSite, a consultancy that specializes in talent management, performance, and talent development. When I think of HRBP and talent strategy, I have this mantra in my head: performance first, development second, and everyone else second. Engagement, employee experience. Because if we've managed to deliver training to our employees, they're growing, they're thriving, they're highly engaged, they're motivated, but we've failed to deliver a business result, what does it tell us about the strengths of the strategy that's been in place? So development, engagement, and all the things that are so dear to our hearts are important, but I see them as a very desirable byproduct of performance. So if we align ourselves in all HR organizations that whatever we do, we must bring to the altar of performance first, then everything else will fall into place.
Thank you so very much. And who else could make this panel so wonderful than Tracy? Good to see you.
Always so great to see you, Manola. You always make my day. I so appreciate your moderation and leadership of these sessions, and so glad to be with all y'all as well. My name is Tracy Brower. My PhD is in the sociology of work, how we affect our work, how it affects us. I'm the Vice President of Workplace Insights for Steelcase, and I've been on the ground in HR and HR leadership roles for a couple of decades. And I've written a couple of books. My most recent is The Secrets to Happiness at Work, and I write for Forbes and Fast Company as well. And I think when I think about strategic HR leadership and that role, as well as the requirements of strategic HR leadership, I really think about starting with the business and the drivers of the business and the critical nature of the business and what we're trying to accomplish. And we've got to have absolute clarity between the HR strategy to the business strategy. And I think we need to help make those linkages between the strategy itself and how we develop it and the strategy that we build, and clear linkages in terms of how we communicate that, because that won't necessarily be clear to people who aren't thinking about HR all the time. And so absolutely building on what you all said, and Sergey, the emphasis on performance, right? We've got to have HR strategies that drive business results and are interconnected to the other parts of the business as well.
Thank you all so very much for being here. And I'm absolutely overwhelmed just looking at all the locations that people are tuning in from. And we do have a worldwide audience. So that's absolutely awesome, because what we've seen is that irrespective of the topic, there are always amazing cultural nuances to everything that we talk about. So please do drop us in the comments how you experience this incredible domain of strategic HRBP in your culture, in your geography. That's always helping the community to learn from each other. Now, from the moment I saw the title of the panel, and I saw this trilogy of adjectives, I was like, oh, this will make for a great first question. What do we mean by a sustainable, relevant, and flexible people strategy? How do we recognize it? And what are the elements that make it so? And you probably saw this by now. For some reason, I go diagonally. So Sergey, you will have the e-mic first, and then everybody please build your conversation from there.
Sustainable, relevant, and flexible. So let me start with sustainability. When I go into the organization and I ask people to show me their strategies, I look at at whether the foundation is in place. So, and that is relevant for the foundation, for the sustainability element. What is in the foundation? Those are the HR practices that need to be in place no matter what, and they're undifferentiated, which means that investing in them more won't result in appropriate increase in a competitive advantage, which is, well, we need to hire people, we need to onboard people, we need to manage their performance, we need to pay them appropriate to the market, and we need to manage labor relationships and everything that gets to do with admin. If my company is the best on the market in managing employee relations or issuing contracts, that won't help us win in the market. But without a strong foundation, that will result in a competitive disadvantage for me. So get foundation first. Then you said relevant. Well, relevance to an HR strategy comes through integrating it with the business strategy. So looking at the business strategy, and then I need to ask myself a question. In order for us to win, what talent conditions must exist? So that we win against our competition and that we meet the market conditions. Any solution that is not directly linked to the business should be discarded. Remember, a couple of years ago, all the companies were considering abandoning performance ratings without thinking how that is relevant for their business strategy. It was just a trend du jour, or those shiny things that tend to get our attention, and we go left and right trying to be in the vogue. And flexible comes with constantly adjusting and realigning. So we look at the business strategy and we look at the market. So two questions that I'm always asking: what do we need to do in order for us to deliver the business, and what talent conditions must exist so that we meet the market? And doing that with the same regularity as you go for a doctor's checkup.
Wonderful. We also have flexible, if we can address that.
Well, flexibility, that's what I said, that you constantly need to be tuned into to the market and to the business, and do that, with the regularity of visiting your dentist or a doctor.
You. Yeah, thank you so very much. It was a bit of a mind hiccup on my side. Thank you. Okay.
I'm going to build on that, Minola, so I'll unmute myself now. That's okay. Thank you for that, Sergey. I want to build on the flexibility bit. So flexibility is also, these days, we don't talk about like 5-year plan, 10-year plan. The vision is, could be for 5 years or 10 years, but the plan should be flexible. So as the business changes its direction, be prepared also when it comes to adjusting, pivoting also your people strategy. So if you put in place, for example, a development plan on how you're going to be growing the population within the business, if you said like, oh, you're going to be focused on XYZ development plans or development solutions, if the business changes course, then be prepared also to scrap, like what Sergey said, kill some of these development initiatives and see how you can adapt what is the priority of the business. And that's, for me, it's flexibility and also agility of your business, of your people strategy. Now, when it comes also to just the sustainability part, I'm going to build on what Sergey said. Usually when you talk about people strategy, there are 3 big things. So you have the attraction, retention, but also growing your population. A lot of the people strategy revolves around this, because essentially your people strategy is around how do you enable the people who will execute the business plan. So tying what the business needs in order for you to attract the right people for the right role, especially now people are talking about AI. So if you want to build a strategy around, attracting the right talent, so understand what is missing in your organization and what skill set do you need in order to deliver that AI project that you want for your business. Similarly, when it comes to growing talent, understand where the gaps are and how can you fill that gap. Do you have the internal capability to deliver that, or do you need to buy talents also, or do you work with external consultants to make sure that you have the capacity but also the expertise to grow your talent? When it comes to relevancy, like being relevant, again, I think it's quite similar to the flexibility bit. Is understanding what's most important for the business, understanding the market trend, understanding what's changing in your area, what's changing in your region. So really working closely with the business, working closely with the leaders on what do they want. Because again, people strategy is not independent from the business strategy. It's the enabler of the business strategy.
Okay.
I'm thinking if I should be controversial. I'm slightly tempted, because I think that the way we're looking at sustainability is almost at an individual's tenure rather than the long-term needs of the organization and the market. And sometimes we get a bit absorbed into like the big leader that is there for a CEO that is there for 3 years, and this is their vision and how they're progressing. And for me, sustainability is almost comes from that. Are we maximizing the use of our resources today for the benefit of the outcomes of tomorrow? Or are we creating a bit of a long-term plan of how the organization is progressing, sustaining, driving more capability, more results in the future? And I almost feel like this is a bit resonant to like politics. If you're there for a term, you're using the full resources for that term. You don't necessarily care of what's coming after that term and the remarks in that regard. But as business partners in the context of HR, we need to bring that long-term vision for the organization. So we might not have clear understanding of what our organization would look like 5, 10, 15 years from now, because our horizon of visibility has reduced significantly, specifically just after COVID. But we still have a bit of intent of what is the type of organization that we would want to be. Do we want to be people-centric? Do we want to be product-centric? Do we want to be technology-driven? Do we want to augment everything with technology? And those will be some of the principles that support you into actually driving that level of sustainability as a vision. And that also ties quite neatly with sort of relevant, sort of what are the business needs, and then how, from a people perspective, one, we're responsive to that. So we're actually almost like matching all of those needs and we're driving them forward. But also we have the ability of challenging some of those, because some of those business needs are not actually business needs. So it's our role in how do we challenge some of those to actually take them apart, to say, actually, the root cause analysis of this might be something completely different. And as a people scientist sitting in that role, is my job to understand, is there a better path forward and how we're supporting that. That also ties us into that last bit of that flexibility of there's significantly more agility needed for people functions today than ever before. We stopped planning the 5 years roadmap. We're working on limited visibility, sometimes on a quarter by quarter landscape on how we're progressing and how we're adapting our timelines. And that agility requires a different skill set. So we're no longer sort of waterfall type of approach of we've done this and now we're ready for this. We're starting to think of, I'm not going to make any decisions for 2025 until I see a midpoint in 2024 when I'm finishing some of these deliverables that put the foundation for us to ask the questions rather than decisions, the questions that we need to answer in 2024. So it requires different type of thinking and different type of ability as a business partner. Asks us to be more curious, asks us to be more challenging of the status quo of the organization. Tracy, over to you.
Yeah, such great points. I was reflecting on the conversation so far, and it seems like there's so many balances, right? Like the balance between individual needs and team and organizational needs, the balance between having a long-term vision and an action orientation today, the balance between the business needs and all of the needs that stack up to those business needs. And so that that ability to balance all of those and to navigate across the organization is such a critical skill for strategic HR leaders. I think as I think about HR strategies that are sustainable, relevant, and flexible, I think one of the things that HR has to do is to be extraordinarily contextually aware, to be looking ahead all the time, to be thinking about where are we going, what's happening outside of the organization that will drive the effects on the organization, on the business, on our talent strategies and our talent challenges. So that contextual awareness and ability to look ahead, I think, is critical to achieve those three elements. Another, I think, that we have to be really, really intentional about is measuring and monitoring and continuously improving, like really, really knowing whether our strategic HR approach is delivering to us what we need it to deliver. And that measuring and monitoring and continuously improving are critical elements in a sustainable, relevant, and flexible model. I think the other thing we need to do is always have those linkages between what we're doing in HR and what we're delivering to the business, and have those linkages crystal clear. And I talked a little bit about that earlier. And the other thing I think we need to do in order to be sustainable, relevant, and flexible is to be absolutely interconnected within other elements of the business. Like, I think too often businesses have cultures where departments are fairly siloed, and we're doing this thing over here in HR, or all these great things over here in HR, and finance is doing all these cool things, and tech is doing all these cool things. And we talk to each other and we try to connect as much as we can. But truly sustainable, relevant, flexible HR strategies are interconnected with the rest of the business. And we're constantly thinking about what are the implications of what that part of the business is doing for HR? What are the implications of our talent strategies for other parts of the business? And so I think that interconnection and that interrelationship is probably more important than maybe it was even 5 or 10 years ago.
I really loved your answers, and Cipriana, I'm so happy that you chose to consider your own questions rhetorical and went for for the disruptive point of view. And this is why I would ask you to lead us into the conversation around how can we build such people strategies, and especially with this disruptive lens in mind. That would be absolutely wonderful.
I'm trying to think of what type of skills have we been building people partners for the past few decades, and if those could easily be translated into the talent leaders rather than business partners that we want in the future. And there's elements of the agility that I've mentioned that it's not a difficult skill to build, but as business partners, the way we've sort of grown them in the market, we've grown them in being relationship builders and being in control of some of those relationships, while agility asks you to relinquish control of some of those elements and have a different landscape. It still counts a lot on that relationship, but that relationship needs to shift from almost like managing the expectation to managing anxiety and unknown for the business leader. So the shift of and dynamics in that regard. I think the my panelists here touched on that lack of alignment with business goals and with business results. And we've seen businesses more and more going into agile frameworks to understand how they navigate and how they support some of these landscapes. We need to start talking to business leaders about some of the trends we're seeing in HR, whether it's technology and AI taking over some of our jobs and shifting our capability in completely different type of needs of the business, but also thinking of almost like the gig economy and how we're going to be able to leverage that for the agility of the organization, thinking about moving away from like defined roles and thinking more about a talent-led organization that gives us the flexibility and the agility to respond to like the changing needs. So I think that as we're navigating some of these landscapes, we need to reassure the business leaders that we have the right tools and the right methodologies and the right frameworks to ensure that the business could thrive in that unknown, in that agility, in that flexibility as we're supporting it. I was trying to think whether there's like courses out there or business models or anything else that we can just shove a bunch of business partners and get them upskilled. But I think it's more of navigating the ecosystem that we're in and picking up resources and frameworks as you're getting along. You've already built a huge portfolio of frameworks as a business partner. Is how do you start using those interchangeably? I think there's this quote that I love that I can't remember who said it, that there's no perfect model, so all models are broken, but some of them are useful. I think we're past that now, and we're breaking models apart, and we're picking up principles in each of those models, and we're building our own as we're navigating organizations. And that's the level of agility and thinking and like critical challenge that we expect people partners to take on further.
I'll pick it up here. In my opinion, setting a HR strategy is very easy and it's straightforward. And I like this sentiment that models are either accurate or they're useful. So I've been using this useful model for me for years. Get people to come prepared, having read the business strategy and having looked at the trends in the market. And I would get all the heads of HR in the room, and I'll get 2 to 3 business leaders. And having business leaders is very important for accountability and their buy-in. And then we would look at what's worked for us in the past and what's the vision that we're moving towards. Then everyone for their department will need to think of 1 or 2 big promises that they can make to the business in order to deliver on that business priority. And when those are mapped, we can look at interdependencies, and we can prioritize which are most effective and which would advance us at the same time on all the levers towards delivering on the business strategy. And against those that are prioritized, you deliver the key objectives and tactics, and you formulate a business strategy, and then you communicate and you socialize and you market it across the organization. And the last step, most importantly, as Tracy has mentioned, is the matrix. So what are the few key measures that you need to put in place? Not more than 7-10. They all must fit on one single sheet of paper that will enable you to track progress to date. And that is your tool for communication with the critical stakeholder. So I think that building strategy is not that difficult. It's not rocket science. We all know how to do that, but the problem is that we don't. And that's my question to this panel. I don't know what you believe. What are the reasons why HR is seen as very non-strategic, and why are we still talking about it this day and age?
I'll go, Tracy, if that's okay. I think I can share like a few things. I like that question, Sergey, but I'm also going to build on what you guys have said, even Ciprian. I think when it comes to putting a people strategy that is aligned with the business, there's so many models out there, and it's, all you have to do is just follow that. Number one problem that I've seen, because I do facilitate also strategic work with businesses, is that people don't know how to facilitate these sessions. People are working independently. People are expected somehow to, okay, marketing will come up with their own plan, supply chain will come up with their own plan, IT will come up with their own plan, HR will come up with their own plan, and then let's see how we can synergize things together. So there's an expectation that when you come to like strategy work and putting the strategy for the business, everyone needs to come up with something first, which is nice. The challenge sometimes with that is, you are only looking at your own lens without actually coming together, looking at what exactly is that one big problem that we want to solve for the organization. So what Ciprian said earlier is asking the right question. So if we really want to be strategic as a HR business partner, more than just asking the right question, but also asking what exactly is the problem that we're trying to solve. Because whether we like it or not, most people strategy or business strategy are trying to solve a problem, because it's all about making those choices, right? So when we, as HR business partner, if we can facilitate that discussion, structure that for the business, so that when we work on building the business strategy first, then we can then be asked after we have agreement about where this organization is heading towards, then we can start working independently until we reconvene again to maybe align and maybe do some tweaking with our own plan. I'm not going to call it strategy anymore, because people get lost in which strategy are you talking about? Is it HR? Is it IT? Which one is it? There's only one strategy, and that is the business. Everything else leads to Rome and how you're going to be supporting. So we call that, let's just, for the purpose of this exercise, we'll just call that as a plan that supports the business strategy, so that we avoid the confusion within the organization. So for me, I think like, to do that, if we really want to be seen as the enabler of the business, if there's no one in the organization who can facilitate that, upskill ourselves as HR to facilitate that type of conversation or workshop or that exercise in the organization. If not, because it's a very important exercise, work with people who know how to facilitate and make that happen, so that we can structure that. Because my personal experience working with leaders on this is, when you bring them all together in a strategy workshop, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days leadership retreat, sometimes the conversation digress to something else, and it becomes a business as usual meeting, because they go on the detail of what is happening here, rather than really pause, step back. What do we want for the future of this organization? What is that one big problem or big problems that we want to tackle collectively as a leadership team?
Such great points. And there's so much in terms of the process that goes into it, from facilitating and understanding the question that bonds us and links us, to even, like you were saying, Sergey, communicating and marketing throughout the organization, right? And being able to measure and get feedback. I'm coming back to, kind of Manola, where you started us on this particular question around what are those skills and how do we build them? And I feel like those skills are so broad, But a really big part of it is being curious and the skill of kind of asking questions, asking really good questions, the skill of really listening to the business, not just what they say, but what they're struggling with that may not be as obvious or may not be as sort of explicit. I think there's also a skill as a strategic HR leader in analyzing, taking things apart, understanding the parts and pieces, understanding the elements and the factors separately. And then there's a skill of synthesizing, bringing it back together in powerful ways that will move us forward, and the skill of clarifying and articulating and finding simplicity on the other side of complexity, because it gets really complex, but we will be most effective as leaders when we can be clear in where we want to go, how we believe we can get there, and the help that we need from multiple departments. And then I think about, like, how do we build those skills? Ciprian, you were saying, is there a business class on this? And there probably is, right? So formal learning is a great idea. I also think it's really smart for us to find mentors and to look for models that allow us to do cross coaching. So how do we ensure that HR leaders are in coaching or mentoring relationships with other leaders in the business? I think shadowing is brilliant, right? Like, how are you going to be an HR partner, for example, within the supply chain operation, unless you spend time there and shadow and understand? And so I think there's a whole lot of learning that occurs through a shadowing experience, through mentoring, and through embedding HR within the business. So that there's always that listening going on and that sort of understanding from even an ambient perspective what's going on in the business. And I think when HR leaders are really able to ask for feedback from their peers within the business at senior leadership levels, that also is a really important place for feedback and learning. I think sometimes HR is seen as the sort of the extra or the fluffy. And so sometimes I think HR puts ourselves in the role of convincing or defending or making a case. And I think when we also put ourselves in a position of confidently asking for feedback, we're able to get information from the business that can help us be better all the time. So I just think about the other thing, I was liking the question about why aren't we doing this more effectively and why is this always a challenge? It reminds me of one of the mantras in the Agile thinking that says, easy to understand, hard to do, right? And I think this is one of those. It's easy intellectually. Yeah, I get it. These are the things I need to do. But actually making it happen across the organization is a much bigger challenge. And so looking for that feedback ongoing can help us each be better, I think.
Well, if you can believe it, we're already in the second half of our conversation. And I did see a lot of people continuing to join in. So just saying a wholehearted welcome to everybody joining. I also saw a few comments here and there about some technical issues. So just in case technology is not our best friend all around the world, just refresh the page and then hopefully it will sort itself out. Now we touched on it, but I feel that we didn't explore this topic in all its depth and width. And oftentimes when we talk about people strategies, or back to Renzi's point, people planning attached to the business strategy, the conversation seems to be HR speaking the business language, HR aligning the strategy to the business strategy, HR doing this, HR upskilling. And I just want to make sure that we also balance this conversation and we also distribute the accountability, to everybody who needs to step up when it comes to making the best out of the people plan of the business strategy. And Renzi, since you made this point so eloquently in our conversation, can you just lead us into this bit? Like, how can we make sure that across the business, we also have the skills and the competencies to be able to make the best out of the people strategy? And I'm almost tempted to say, isn't this a part of the business strategy itself?
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think when we put together the business strategy, essentially the biggest problem, at least from what I'm seeing in organization, is the cascade. So leaders will put together a beautiful strategy of where the direction of the company is going, and then it stops there. And then they think like sending an email to everyone. These are the 5 focus areas. This is what we're gonna be. This is what we're gonna do this year, and this is the overarching vision to that one, and it stops. What needs to happen in order to make sure that not only the different business units, the different departments and divisions are supported, but also the people who are going to be executing the project know exactly what it means for them. So the cascade is equally important, which means when the business puts together their business strategy, HR can facilitate also by working closely, business partnering with the different heads of the different departments, different business units or countries to make sure that there's alignment with the actions that they're going to be putting in place, and making sure that if you're still talking about KPIs, OKRs, and all these things, people are really contributing to what each department, each division, each country are going to do in order to achieve the overall business strategy and the vision itself. So, which, at least in a way for me, as HR, not only the facilitation, but also helping business leaders on how do you cascade like the strategy where people can relate to the strategy. Because if you speak to HR and say like e-commerce is our focus area, what have I got to do with e-commerce? I don't have anything to do with e-commerce. I am in HR. So it's facilitating that discussion so they have a full understanding of how do you contribute? How is your function? How is your division? How is your country contributing to this? And what is the role that you play? So that everyone has a clear understanding on how do you trickle down the in a way something abstract to a lot of people, so that everyone in the execution, even the first line, front line operating team members, know exactly how can I contribute to that.
It kind of reminds me, in the olden days, we used to talk about quality was so important. And we used to ask a very provocational question, which was like, whose job is quality? Who owns quality? And the paradigm shifting response is that everyone owned quality. It wasn't just the quality department. And I feel like we're sort of in that place in terms of talent, right? Like in the worst case scenario, HR owns talent. HR owns the people strategy. HR owns the strategy for how we're going to absolutely engage and develop and attract and retain talent for the future of our business. And I think another way to think about it, to your point, Manola, and to your points, Francie, is how do we get each department to own this talent question? And I wonder if it has a lot to do with ensuring that everybody's element of strategy includes a talent component. So every department who's delivering a strategic plan needs to have a talent component. What's your forecast of need? What are the skills that you need? How are you anticipating ensuring that you have attention to people and attention to diversity and inclusion and attention to attraction and attention to the skills that you're going to develop among leaders, etc. So surely there is a vision and a broader global approach to talent from HR, which sets the stage and models that level. But then each department, part of the organization has responsibility to be thinking about their talent strategy with the expertise and the coaching and the input of that strategic HR leader. And I think that helps drive accountability where, like talent is everybody's job. Development is everybody's job. Leadership is everybody's job. And we need to ensure that both accountability and responsibility are embedded within the organization.
I'm going to try to be provocative again. And I think from our perspective, while I agree with everything that Tracy said, I think from our perspective, we almost need to separate in our mind of what is the strategy and the roadmap versus the enablement and the delivery of that strategy. Because if we look at people experience, for example, all of it of part of strategy almost like funnels itself around the people function. But when we're looking at delivery, about 80% of sentiment is determined by whether your line manager is a good line manager or not a good line manager. So that's the delivery element of it. And as we're staying in that element of strategy, sometimes what we fell on doing is actually cascade what is the delivery arm of our strategy within the market. What is that element that gets cascaded in each individual in the organization, in each people manager, in each business leader to make sure that all of us are working in the same direction that is aligned to that people strategy. Whether we call it independently people strategy or we're calling it the people plan associated with the business strategy. And I think I was lucky enough about 20 years ago to work in an organization that was using quite advanced models of balanced scorecard that did not actually allow the business to do almost like this is our financial results that we want for the next 5 years, and this is our commercial, and this is our roadmap of the products that we're launching and everything else, without doing the people element, without doing the quality element, without doing the support functions. So everything was interconnected in that balance scorecard, and that forced all of the business leaders and forced everyone who, whether they were a business leader in HR or a business leader in operations, to think of that holistic plan and in the interdependencies between it. And that sort of created a bit of like the roadblocks of how I've built my whole career, of the lenses that I pick up to look at as a business strategy, the lenses that I look at HR strategy not being significantly ahead of where the business is, to make sure that when we're actually pulling the business with us into that future of work, or if the business is going very fast, how is the agility of the people function driving that to accelerate it or to slow it down or to reduce risk, whatever in that capacity we're looking at. But the question that you've asked at the beginning just made me think of where the accountability lies whenever we're talking about the business partner. And the way the business partner was modeled, it does not absorb the accountability of the business leader. Like the business leader, if something goes wrong in that part of the business, their head is on the chopping block. But nothing happens to the HR business partner. They'll just move on to the next business leader that comes in. So that doesn't feel necessarily as a fair partnership in that model of a business partner. So if we're business partners, we're equal in our accountability and how we're driving this forward. We're tackling all of those things together and how we're progressing. And I think that the people that I've seen succeed the best in this role actually put their jobs where their mouth is and where their job title is. So they stand there with the business leader through the good, through the bad, through some of those scenarios, actually taking the same level of accountability that the business leader would. So being part of almost like the leadership team of how they drive the business. And that sort of cascades into all of that HR organization that supports that business to what was being said earlier of that those OKRs that get cascaded into objectives in the organization. And one of the things that I'm going to close with is there's a very good element, and I do advise everyone who is in a business partner model to actually potentially step at some point into consulting. And in consulting, whenever you're putting a project together, you're being asked to think of all of these different narratives of, do you have the right talent? Is the cost right? Are deliverables clear? Do you engage the right stakeholders? Is your product worth the value that you're showing? So put you into all of that, those perspectives that challenge your thinking and how you're supporting the business leader. And after you've done like a year or 2 years into that environment, step back into a business partner role and you're going to see the world in completely different glasses.
Mm. Anything to add on this one? Now, with a little bit over 10 minutes left, I would really like to take all this inspiration and put it into something practical, and also with a bit of a safety spin to it. So to everybody listening or watching us now, if they want to go back tomorrow and really have a look at their people strategy, at their business strategy, at whatever it is that they are doing within this bit of work, where would you advise them to start? And I also have a small personal curiosity. Once a journalist, always a journalist. You mentioned the power of questions. So do you have any signature questions that proved super meaningful when doing this work? And I will let this go popcorn style. So wherever inspiration strikes, please speak up.
I'll start. I think I'm not going to do the question, but it's more of a practice that I do now, because Einstein once said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result. I think what's lacking at the moment, at least because I operate in the Middle East, so mainly in the UAE, what I have seen, which is the gap in where I operate, is that businesses usually put in place a business strategy just thinking about what do they want in the future. As nice as it sounds to be aspirational about where you want to go, they always fail to look back and do a retrospective of what didn't go well last year, because what you will realize is they keep repeating the same mistake the following year, the next year, or in the same year that they're actually doing the strategy, because amongst themselves they don't share what worked for them, what didn't work, what can be done, what can we do differently. So it's also along the lines of taking risks. So more than doing a retrospective of what went well, what didn't go so well, and what can we do differently, it's the appetite to take the risk. If we don't take risk when it comes to putting in place our business strategy, I think we're going to stay where we are. But obviously, I'm not talking about blindly taking risk. But if people will do their homework and really, I think to your point, Sergey, earlier, and also Ciprian, about focusing on performance, and I think Tracy, you mentioned that as well, is making sure as HR business partners, if we want to be strategic, I think upskill your business acumen, really learn the business, understand what are the metrics that they're measuring, and for every plan in HR that you're going to be doing, attach that business metric to that. What will that do? So if I roll out a leadership development program, and these leadership development programs are usually very expensive, you're talking about 100,000 by the 100,000 or even $1 million just to develop leaders. And then if we don't measure the return on investment, if you're going to be spending that much, what would the increase be? So that means when you do your retrospective planning and you're doing risk analysis as well, you look at what have you done in your leadership program last year. What are you going to do differently? What risk are you going to be taking in order to take out your leadership team from their comfort zone so that they deliver something different?
Yeah, I would say that to be sort of super pragmatic about what am I going to do tomorrow? What's the action I'm going to take right away? I think it's a really, really good idea if we want to be strategic HR leaders who are super successful. Is I would start with building relationships among those leadership colleagues, because when you have high levels of connectedness, when you have high levels of trust, when you have high levels of relationship, you know more about their business. They'll share more with you about what they're challenged with. They'll share where they're going. They'll share maybe the places that they're unsure or where they perceive ambiguity. And when we're plugged into the business, we're business people first, right? When we're plugged into the business as business people first, then we can be that much more strategic, sustainable, relevant, flexible in terms of where we're going. So I literally think that building those relationships, not to be a nice guy, not to be soft and fuzzy, but to be strategic, is a really good idea. And one of my favorite questions that I like to ask is, what are you optimistic about? What are you excited about in where we're going? What are you optimistic about the future of work? Or what are you optimistic about related to your part of the business? Because I think that gets us into possibility thinking And that is the nature of leadership and strategy, is we're thinking forward, we're thinking future, we're thinking about where things are going to be going. We're thinking about the steps we take today so that we can get to where we want to be tomorrow. So that question about what are you optimistic about is a really nice way to get people thinking about the future and to plug into how we're part of that fundamental plan to get there.
Sergey.
Tracy. Oh,
let's go to Priyan and then Sergey.
I've just loved that from what Tracy was mentioning of getting to that level of partnering with the business, well, with the business leader, where some of those conversations can happen. And it's not this almost like the professional layer that do not allow us to actually talk about some of those challenges. Because in many regards, we are expecting talent leaders and business partners, whatever we're calling them in our organization, to actually coach and give feedback and actually look at that business leader and how do we turn that person to be highly functional, influential, driving results for the business and everything else. So we're almost like coaching and driving that as a capability as its own. And that doesn't come without us being able to constructively challenge them to say, we've allowed you to have this into the meeting, but as soon as we step out of the audience space, we're going to have a very interesting conversation about what was the behavior and what was the outcome of the behavior that you just had. And is that the type of leader that you want to become? Because that is not the type of leader that we've discussed so far that you want to be and you want to reflect in this organization. And having that type of conversation requires significant amount of vulnerability from business leaders that actually have billions of pounds on their shoulder. So they can't necessarily afford in that open space to have that level of vulnerability. So they need that safe space with a business partner that is attached to them. And that allows you to ask all sorts of questions, whether you want to ask about sort of optimism or what other type of things that they are worried about and keeps them up at night, and how you from where you're standing, you can address and support. You can look at questions around sort of like the critical challenges and opportunities that are facing the business. How do we address them together? You could look at whether they care a lot about sort of competitors and market maturity. You can ask them of what is it that from their perspective you think will put us ahead of our competitors to attract their talent, to navigate some of the complexities of our market and everything else. And those conversations just open the realm of like, how do we start navigating all of these different business challenges, but also joys as we're progressing with our careers. Sergey.
One of the thought experiments that I like to do when working on HR strategies is asking people to imagine a scenario that they are at a business conference and they have their HR strategy printed out with them, and there is no logo or any identifying marks on the document, and they lose it. And somebody finds it. And my question is, will they be able to recognize the company? And if the answer is no, then the strategy is not differentiated. And if it's not differentiated, that it's not linked to the business, it's not specific to your business, it doesn't allocate disproportionately your scarce talent and compensation dollars to those areas that deliver you the greatest competitive edge. So the questions around differentiations are the ones that I tend to ask most. The second level of questioning will be about the integrated nature of the strategy. That is it supported by tactics and actions from all the spheres of HR? Because all the different areas need to work together in order to support business priorities. And the third level of questions will be whether the strategy is dynamic and whether it's able to flex and pivot with the turns in the business and in the market.
Minola, if it's okay, can I just add something? Because
Yes,
I just realized like a really nice question that I always also use during a strategy workshop with leaders. This is when they already decided, okay, so these are the choices that we're going to be doing for the because I'm a design thinking practitioner, so I always apply that design thinking in my workshop. So this question of what would have to be true about your customer, about the company, and about the competition. This forces people also to think about, okay, is this solution already available out there? Okay, if it's already available out there, going back to Survey's point, will this create an advantage for the business or not? If you ask that question, what would have to be true about the company? Do we have the capability? Do we have the systems? Again, going back to what Survey said, do we have this alignment of tactical approaches that will support this? Do we have the capability? Do we have the systems? Do we have the processes? Do we have the talents to really execute this? If not, then what do you need to do to really solidify that choice? And then the final one is, what would have to be true about our competition? So if we do this, so what? What will happen with the competition? Are we taking like 25%, 5%, 10% of the market share? What is our goal if the competition is already offering this? So I think what would have to be true forces leader to really think about what's real and what's not real in the choices that we are making now as a collective leadership team.
This is absolutely wonderful, and I do believe we have 1 minute left, and let's make it an amazing 1 minute. If we could scrape Enrique's 3 adjectives, what would be a good way to characterize a people strategy that makes it most meaningful? So if it's not sustainable, relevant, and flexible, how could it be? I will give you a few seconds to think about, and I will use this thinking time to just thank everybody who stayed with us. There are 3 more panels coming up. The next one is facilitated by our amazing colleague, Rusty Gaydart. So you will enjoy that conversation. Let's see. Can we do this counterclockwise? Tracy, are you ready to go? So 1 adjective.
Yeah, I think it would be future focused.
Thank you. Sergey.
Intentional.
Ciprian. You're on mute.
I think I've used this before, but responsive.
Thank you so much. And Rancy.
Enabler.
Thank you. Everybody, please get some water, coffee, some steps in, and I will see you in about 1 hour. Thank you so much. It was a joy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hacking HR series. We are talking about becoming a strategic HR business partner. Super happy to be with you here. My name is Rusty Gaylord. I am joining you from California. Go ahead and go to the chat and let us know where you are joining us from. And as we go through the conversation, we welcome your comments. So please feel free to put questions, comments, and engage in this material. This is your session. So please add all of your insights into the comments, and we will pull from those and respond to them as we go through the session.
What can I do for you?
Oh, Siri is talking to me. Look at that. Our session today is called Influencing Business Leaders to Champion a People-First Agenda, focused on optimizing organizational performance. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's go ahead and bring our panelists in and welcome them to the conversation. We are going to have a rich, wonderful conversation. So we will, as we get everyone in, here we are. We will do a brief introduction. So I'm going to start with the person kind of next to me. We'll go clockwise around the screen. So on my screen, that's Rod. And I'll invite you to introduce yourself briefly, let us know where you're coming from. And let's start with a simple question, which is why this topic is meaningful to you. So welcome, Rod. Go ahead and start. Let's start with you.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Rusty. My name's Rod Hutchings, and from Kyndryl, also an Air Force officer in the reserve. Why is this topic important to me? I think people first. I think if we don't look after our people, we're not going to achieve results, essentially. So people are what make up companies. So the better that people feel, the better we're going to perform at work, the better results we're going to get in business. That's the key thing. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Rod. Carrie, on to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rusty. Carrie Brown. I currently work for a company called Celonis. It's a process mining company. And for the last 20 years, I worked for SAP and then for customers of SAP, so Coca-Cola Enterprises, others like that. And at Coke, for example, I led organizational change globally for them. And so when you ask the question of why are people important to me, I've lived in a world where technology has been a catalyst for a lot of change and transformation. But if I think of people, process, technology, the investments that organizations make to change the way they run, so in the process of their business, and the technology to do it better, none of those results happen unless people show up and do their jobs differently. So my litmus test is how do people's jobs change? And when I look at why people first is without people, nothing's going to happen. So they are it. So thanks for having me today.
Excellent. Welcome. Thanks, Carrie. Paco.
Hello, everyone. Paco Farias. I'm calling in from the Woodlands, Texas, near Houston. And a couple of decades of experience in people and culture in large, medium, and small companies, and most recently a startup. I'm currently doing both advising and partnership with different companies in terms of culture and scaling and practices like that. This topic in particular is near and dear to me, because given the very fast technological change that we're facing, our function as a whole, it's also transforming significantly. And, it fascinates me how to balance between the entitlement of being a hyper people first company where employees are highly entitled and you don't want that, but also, the other side, which is nobody cares how the employees and everybody leaves. So how do we help and influence getting into a place where people really like what they're doing? They're not overly entitled, but they are very well taken care of. That's something just fascinates me. So looking forward for this conversation.
Wonderful. I love it. It very much aligns with this idea that is a close one to my heart, which is that the answer is never at the extremes, right? It's not at a title. It is not at forget the people. It's about finding that middle ground. Excellent. All right, Heather.
Hi, everyone. Heather House here. I'm joining you from Victoria, British Columbia. That's also the land which is the territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, known as the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. I bring a bit of the public sector lens. I'm an Executive Director and Chief Human Resource Officer here for our Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, so focused on reducing poverty, providing income and employment services across our province. And why this topic is meaningful to me, I mean, short and sweet, and I've already heard it already from the panelists here. The people are the heart of our business. So taking care of them means taking care of our business.
Excellent. Thank you, Heather, and welcome to all of you. So this is great. I've heard pretty clearly that people are the heart of your business, which is true for any business. You can't run a business without people. But this idea of people first, I think it would be useful to dig in a little bit to understand, what does that even mean? What does it mean to be people first? So I'd love to just start with that. And I'm going to open it up to whoever would like to start. You're welcome to join in with your thoughts and have an opportunity to hear from everyone.
I'll jump in first. I was listening to the earlier panel, and one of the people on that was a design thinking specialist. And when I think about design thinking, you're starting with the consumer or the user or the person in mind, the persona that you're focused on. And so, as I've used solutions like that in a business context, you're thinking about who's it going to affect and how. So to me, people first is, what is the outcome of the experience that the people are going to have, whether that's a consumer or an employee, whatever the persona might be. But as we talk about here, a people first culture is, what is the experience of my employees going to be? And if that is one that is nurturing and fostering of great community, great culture, great growth, great communication, great development, all of those things that we know to be true and good, then they're going to bring the best employees who, I think we can all agree, great employee experience equal employees who provide great experiences to those they're serving. And so whether that be a consumer or a public sector, and Heather, in your case, they're still a customer, how is that person bringing their best self, and their best self is extending that great experience to others. So that's my thoughts. Others?
I can jump in. I love that, Carrie. And to go a little bit deeper on that, I was reading somewhere on LinkedIn a few days ago that somebody have experienced an extraordinary onboarding program in a company where they spent almost a month onboarding the person, which in a lot of terms sounds very exaggerated. Having said that, they have almost 100% retention rate at that company. So, talking about design thinking, talking about relevant experiences that touch you and make you engaged in such a way that you want to stay where you are and you want to bring your best self. That starts to get closer to the definition of what a people first culture means to me, which is a place where you actually want to go every day. What are some of those key and magical experiences that you want?
Yeah, and I'll add on to that. I think that I like to think of like coming to work at somewhere that I love, so it doesn't feel like work. So what does that mean to me? It means finding a role that and feeling like that I belong to start with. That and belonging can be well-being. It can be that you're in the role that you're really passionate about, and your organization helps develop you. It's about being engaged, being the organization, I guess, being open and transparent about what's going on so I can contribute. They're really important elements to me. And also having autonomy. So some people, I really enjoy having autonomy. So being able to, find a way to make my role better, to contribute more. They're really important elements to me in a people first organization.
Happy to add to that, thinking similar lines to my panelists here as well. To me, people first simply just means valuing your people. There's so much, we're generally clear on the mandate or the purpose of our organization, and just equally important, right, is how much we are valuing the people who are delivering the good things that you're working on. So are we listening to them? Are we hearing them and delivering on their needs as well?
Fantastic. Thank you. Great comments. And, I find myself as I'm listening to this, thinking about this word people first and wondering, some business leaders will say, well, it really should be profit first or customers first. And so I'm curious to hear, as we talk about this, I think a lot of people would say, this is great. I want my employees to be engaged. I know when they're happy, they're going to do better work, right? Intellectually, I think that makes sense. But how do you balance this? How many firsts can you have between people and profit and customers and all the other things that business is focused on? And so how does this fit into the broader picture of what it takes to run a business?
If you look at the Business Roundtable, which is a group of 200 CEOs of global corporations, that happens to be based in the United States, but they service organizations throughout the globe. Up until 1997, the definition of what a corporation was for them was focused on profits. And it was uniquely looking at, exactly as you said, how do we drive success for the business? And in recent years, they revisited that and they redefined the definition of a corporation as looking at consumer experience, employee experience, shareholder experience. So the experience of all of the stakeholders who are engaging in participating with those organizations. And so I think that there is which is first, the question who comes first. I think that's part of probably why we're having this debate. There are many corporations who for years have said profit first at the expense of people. We have all lived through probably some variation of that. And when we look right now at the sort of shift of the supply demand curve of the employee base and the social contracts that do or don't exist between corporations. So it's interesting, Heather, you're in public sector, there's a different social contract or official contract, if you will, with organizations that have pensions versus pensions are pretty much gone in corporate America. And so the kind of social contract and expectations of engagement, duration, retention, how long, why, all of the questions of staying and being come back to what Rod and Paco were saying around, do I want to be where I am? Because if there's no golden handcuffs or no other incentive other than I want to be here, I have choice and agency to make other choices than to focus on the corporation. So I think we've put a lot of the historical norms of why people stay in challenge based on the evolution of organizations and the dissolution of pensions, as well as the experience we've all had over the last 4 or 5 years with COVID. Work-life balance has made us rethink what's important and what's a priority. So I think that's challenging that question of what comes first, and people are putting themselves first, and that's making us need to do the same.
Yeah,
I think
go ahead, Rod. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, just that the employees who probably already said it, but employees who feel valued, feel heard, are going to be more motivated to work. I think there's been multiple reviews that show this whole thing of higher employee engagement equals increased profitability, and so just drawing on just that deep knowledge base of research that's happened, just find that almost every the case. And as was mentioned, I think that there's higher retention rates. I think I was reading something in LinkedIn a couple of days ago just around with the whole COVID thing, just picking on what Kerry mentioned, is that there's increased diversity in the workforce. There's been apparent, like right now, we're at the highest level of female engagement in the workforce that there's ever been. And part of that, I think, has been about the inclusive nature of this working from home. Remote working enables more flexibility, and that's a real people first initiative in itself. And then that's driving, good results for the organizations and driving that increased engagement. So that's a really a great example, I think, of people first really bringing results for the business. Hand it over.
Heather, do you want to go next, and then I can?
Oh, sure. And I tried to, in public service, try and explain it using our public service value chain. And you can look up the Institute for Citizen-Centered Service if you're interested in the research that backs that up. But essentially, if you're improving the employee engagement, their satisfaction with the organization, their commitment to your organization, you're going to improve client satisfaction, because folks that are happy delivering the work on what they're doing are going to provide better service. And better service means your clients, your customers are going to be more engaged, more satisfied. In doing that, you're improving the trust and the confidence in yourself, in your organization. And it's a reinforcing concept as well, that then if your clients, your customers are happy, healthy, it's reinforcing that back onto your own workforce as well. So at the start of it, at that whole start of the entire chain, is the focus on your employees, on your people. and building on their engagement and that satisfaction piece. So basically, if you are putting them first, they're going to provide your better service. Your better service makes your clients happy. Your happy clients, reinforcing the entire system. And, and if that doesn't work, I, always encourage folks to go and engage in some kind of consultation with your organization at all the levels. Ask folks about what their priorities are. Because I guarantee you the people are going to be at the heart of a lot of those conversations.
I had that unique. So I worked for one company that definitely was the old school profit and shareholders first versus anything else. And they were very public that they were paying at about 50 to 60% percentile or where the market was paying, but they were providing a lot of career opportunities. And I stayed for a long, long time there. So reflecting as an employee on that company, what I was, even though I knew all of that, because I had the opportunity to take so many developmental movements and they spent money on my development and I had a lot of different trainings, that was very important to me so that I stayed a long time, right? And then I went to another company where it was customers first. Everything was obsession with the customer. That was the customer. I stayed there for a while because I wanted to learn, and it was fascinating how to learn that. But as an employee, I also kind of started to not feel very appreciated. So I was like, okay, I don't know if I'm just a cog in the machine. And then I went to another company where it was employee obsession. And then I experienced myself being entitled, which was fascinating. As HR, like, oh, all of you people are entitled. I was entitled. I was like, oh, you're not giving me enough, shares, or we could get better money, or you get into that mindset. So what I'm trying to get into is, it's fascinating how I continue to look at it as a continuum. Either do not over-exaggerate. I'm sorry for repeating that again, but it's just given those experiences, I've observed that there has to be some sort of a medium, as you were saying too, Rusty, which is how do we balance out not necessarily going to extreme in any of them, while taking care of all of this and providing for more unique experience so the individual can stay in different ways that are not necessarily monetary, which is the most fascinating thing of them all, right?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting area that we're talking about here because, clearly we're talking about this because there's an opportunity to influence more organizations to be people first, right? To think more about the people. Because generally, organizations historically, and Carrie, you were pointing this out, even just the conception of what a corporation is up until the late 90s was all about profit and shareholders. And so that it hasn't been that many years, 20 years is a long time in some respects and not long time for cultural change in other ways, kind of mass cultural change on the global scale. And so, the title of this panel that we're having here is about influencing business leaders to adopt a people first strategy. And I'm curious about, we've talked about what is people first and what are some of the benefits of it, but how do you influence a business leader? How do you influence the CEO, the key decision makers who not only are going to be the ones who have to make this a priority, but then will have to champion it within the organization?
Rod, you're off mute, so why don't you go first?
Okay, sure. So I guess the question about how do we influence a business leader to champion it? I think it's about what we've spoken about. It's partly is getting workforce analytics these days, employee surveys, case studies. So they're getting facts essentially to be able to share with the business, to inform the business, to help them make informed choices to value people first. I think another key thing is like having facts is really then it was also about asking questions, running workshops, design thinking, asking questions like what are the business goals and how to and getting the leaders to think about how that relates to a people first agenda, looking at what the most important business objectives are for the next 12, 24 months and how can focusing on people can help accelerate those objectives. So really engaging with the business, I think, is engaging with the leaders, getting them to think through these important important area. I think that's a way to start to influence them. Thank you.
I'll piggyback on a couple of those things. I think, facts are friendly is certainly a good way to go into the data picture. There's a lot more information now that we can all have on everything all the time, which can feel intrusive and can feel like it's Big Brother watching you. I'm going to go back to the, when you talked, Rusty, about how do we engage the leaders. I think what's important with this entire topic is it matters what the leader believes. So if the leader legitimately believes that great employees do great things, which means they get great customer experience, which means they get great profits, then all of this is possible. If the leader doesn't genuinely believe that to be true, then it all starts to fall apart and it becomes lip service and an exercise in trying to engage and trying to support the employee, but not really caring. So I think it comes with the leader personally having a vision and a commitment and an expectation that that is true. I'd also say that when I look at how in this hybrid world do we make some of this be more possible, I've always said that I think employees don't come to work saying I'll be a crappy employee today. I don't think anyone wakes up and says, I think I'm going to be awful today. They don't always succeed, but I don't think they intentionally come in to be bad. So if we can give them the right yardstick and give them the right metrics and measures, I think people try to show up and do their best. And so now in a place where we may or may not be co-located, we may or may not have the same visibility. In fact, that facts are friendly approach that Rod was mentioning of having data can give the employer the confidence that the right work is happening. It can give the employee the confidence that the work they're doing is being seen and recognized and rewarded and appreciated. So, I think it goes back to when you ask what do you do with the leaders is get them to consider, do they believe this to be true? Have they, to Paco's point, have they experienced it themselves as an employee? What is the kind of culture and experience they want, a place that they want to be for their work environment? And then as you look at what is our 6, 9, 12, 24, 36 month business plan or organizational plan, what does that look like in terms of our business outcomes? What do we need to be doing that? And then how do I, as a leader, think about where people could be considered as meaningfully as the project management plan for that? And where do people fit in? And how can people have wins along the way that will really accelerate that are opportunities for new learning, opportunities for new roles and responsibilities, whether or not there's a new job that can come out of that, but looking at all of the considerations that might actually be the win for the people, not just the win for the business outcomes that come with that. And then I think there's an opportunity that shows those choices and considerations are as much about the employee as about the corporation as well. Heather, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, that's great. I echo everything you've mentioned so far. And it does take some skill to have some impact and some influence over business leaders, regardless of what your topic is. In HR, I always say, you're not going to be taken seriously if you're complaining about not being taken seriously or just by asking to be taken seriously. So we do have to show up. And probably no surprise to anyone on the call, the first thing is always just making sure you learn the business you are supporting, right? Understand your operations. Quick personal story. Before I even took on this role, I met with the person that I would be reporting to when I was interested in it to learn about those operations. And then no surprise, during that hiring process, a few of the questions were asked about how would you factor in your HR practices and your communications based on how we operate. Something as simple as knowing that our offices are 9 to 4 means I can only communicate with this ministry between 8:30 and 9 or 4 and 4:30 if I want to get everyone's attention. The little things that you can do to tailor your approach. But once you know how that business works, you can focus on the people aspects of building the trust, building the relationships, and build your credibility. I spent a lot of time just thinking about who I need to connect with regularly, but also kind of ad hoc from time to time, and figure out what makes them tick, right? Their styles, their preferences. You might have a leadership committee who needs lots of context or the big picture, or maybe those who want the evidence and the analytics, right? Not everyone is the same, and knowing that. So I know before I go ahead to, bring a proposal forward, I'm going to actually have to consult within this organization with a few key players, right? And if I've got them on board, I know I've got our leadership on board as well. So bring the evidence, bring your analytics, bring your research to back up everything. And I'm sure I could go on, but I would also just say, like, be present as well. It's a bit of a skill to gain exposure and keep that exposure across your organization. So keep yourself in that, regular presence to be able to make that influence on others as well. I find reasons to meet with our senior leaders. I find reasons to be at our executive. I find reasons to connect and communicate, right? And that's how you can build your impact and influence with others as well.
I'm just going to jump in before Paco goes. I think one of the things, to your point, is the understanding the business and saying, I see what you're trying to get done as the business, and here's how being people first can help you get what you're trying to do. But Paco, over to you.
No, I love that. It's a great segue. It means like we are connected somehow mentally or telepathically, because what I was getting into is one of the complexities that a business leader has to do, and there's a reason why just a few individuals can do that, is that they have to dehumanize people sometimes to make tough decisions. And a lot of times, how do we humanize them back is very important. Because at the end of the day, they have to do resource allocation, and people at the end of the day becomes a resource to them. So a quick anecdote is in one of the companies I was working for, we were trying to show that international expansion meant that we had to invest in hiring local people rather than having centralized people in a headquarters location. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that many times, where people think that they can run a global business from whatever small town in whatever place. The only way that the CEO of the company understood that they could not run India from Santa Monica, California, was when he and his wife went and spent 3 weeks in a very distant country, and they tried to get into meetings with all of these US people. They understood, and it's like, oh my God, this is so difficult. And it's like, yeah, I tried to tell you, but you just have to experience yourself. And guess what? After that, everything opened up. So I think that was a great reminder that they are also humans. They have to dehumanize people all the time just because it's just decision-making time. And how do we help them go back and experience certain things? And sometimes it's touch points, sometimes it's leaving it, sometimes it's forcing them to do roundtables or do site visits or whatever that is, so that they can see that and re-experience it instead of just keeping it, further separated. Bring them back so that they understand, rather than just trying to speak, and then it becomes very academic.
I think I'll take one thing off of Paco's too, though. I think it is true that depending on the business leader, they have to do that dehumanizing and humanizing. But like, if you look at the concept of servant leadership, where one of the organizations, Claude Silver, who is the chief heart officer for VaynerMedia, and Gary Vaynerchuk is they're both very vocal about being servant leaders. And that to me speaks to some of what is the position you're going to take as a leader, where they have profit-driven organizations that need to service their customers, but they see the management team, the leadership team, as being in service to the employees so that the employees can do the jobs that deliver those results, which I think is, to your point, Rusty, of like, historically corporations were very hierarchical, very control and command and control. And now it almost turns that upside down, where you've got this pool of resources and community employees, and how did leaders lift, grow, build, connect, take away barriers is an entirely different view as well. That is very human-centric.
And I'd like to take that point. So Paco gave some really specific examples of ways you can help a leader to shift their perspective. Because Carrie, you said this earlier, right? If you come in with a leader who has this vision, that understands, when I really focus on the people and create an environment that my employees want to work in, that's going to benefit the whole company. That's wonderful if you're in that environment and you're partnered with a leader who has that vision and that mentality. But not all leaders have that, right? And so I think, to me, the interesting question is, number one, how do you assess it, really? Like, how do you just bring up that explicit conversation with your leader, and you do ask point blank, do you believe that investing in people is actually going to help the business? So how do you assess where are they on that spectrum? And then two, how do you shift them, right? Because I'm going to start from the assumption that most people are not where Gary Vaynerchuk and others are. kind of with a full people first kind of mentality, that we want to be moving people along that spectrum towards engaging more and focusing more on the employee experience. So how do you assess where they are, and then how do you shift them along the spectrum?
I'll jump in. I think when I look at listening to business strategies, business plans, transformation plans, whether they're short or mid or longer term, the lens I look at them through is a people lens. So if you think about the spectrum of who's listening to it, what's that going to mean to Paco's point of resources? What's that going to mean in terms of hard resources? What's that going to mean in terms of people resources? What's that going to mean in terms of investment, timing? Like, everyone is listening with their own ear, and my ear is tuned to people. And I think I think what we tangibly can do, Rusty, is bring that sentiment in terms of, like, we know what resources we have, we know what skill sets we have, we know what development we need, we know what opportunities we can bring that and say specifically, tactically, how can, I'll take the example earlier of development. When you look at the population at large, we have a better sense from what Rob was talking about, the surveys of what people want and all the kind of feedback we have. We can take that forward and say, well, we've got the next 6 months, we've got this project. Here are the resources that could help with that. And this would be a development opportunity for them and a stretch for them. And then does that mean that there's a different bonus pay structure that comes for them during that time? But thinking about the mechanics of how do you bring those strategies or plans to life and provide specifics where a decision and a choice by those leaders can be made that is people oriented in terms of the opportunity or the lift that people can get, which is going to have that knock-on effect to the business goals. So I think it's just having the voice, to Heather's point of being in the room and being present and finding specific suggestions and recommendations that are related to the actual business plans that can accelerate that work. And then hopefully the leaders are going to make choices that support that. Paco, I see you nodding, so I'm going to go back to you.
I love that. Thanks, Gary. The thing is, I was just remembering a couple of quick things. So one of my favorite business leaders I've ever worked with, super servant leader, very considerate, etc. I remember we were unfortunately going through a downturn in the industry I was working for. So we had to do a massive layoff of around 1,500 people. That was a lot of people, right? So even us, I was dehumanizing people for a second because I was like, okay, because you have to compartmentalize in different ways, right? It's like, oh my God, I'm going to affect 1,500. He came back and said, no, I don't know if we're really thinking about this the right way. We're going to affect probably 4,500 people because it's those people plus their families. So, I want all of you to understand the impact that we're going to have. And balance that out versus the short-term business gains that we're going to get out of this. And then that just changed the whole discussion in a very, very different way. So what I'm trying to get into is there's just so many different ways where we can understand where the person is. Sometimes it's just asking the right question at the right moment. But also, I remember showing to one leader that the other opposite, but that leader wanted to implement a very conscious culture with the company, etc. But also very candid culture, so almost radical candor type of thing. I showed this person a specific data point from Glassdoor that had 8 different comments from ex-employees where they were not very happy with his style, and they were pretty direct on how that extra candor was going through. And I learned the lesson that I went too hard, too fast. So I showed those 8 comments without fully preparing him. And it really, it went into a bad route for a while because, he got defensive and he said all of these people are weaponizing. So I learned a hard lesson, which is, learn how to, if you're going to throw a significant jab at somebody so that they can have a reality check, be smart on how you do it, because it backfired me for a while. Then we figured it out. But, it's one of those things that you have to understand where the person is by being very curious and present in conversations with them so that you can ask the right questions and then properly assess. It's an art, not a science.
I might have a go now. So I might just add a different, another layer to influence the leader. I think that, like I come from a big corporation, sort of an Air Force, big organization. I think one of the key things that that I try to work on when I'm trying to influence, my leader, will be to work with my peers. So get collaboration across your organization. So if it's a smaller organization, it might be with finance, operations, marketing, different areas, and understand, test it out on them, find out what barriers, what resistant type things do they see, what benefits do they see, so you can get other stakeholders that also report to the leader who might need to make some decision. You can get a holistic case. Plus you can, along that journey, you can find out barriers and work out answers to those, and so you can go forward with a more solid recommendation that can support and support the business. Be people first. I think that's an important element. Over to you, Heather.
That's great. Thank you. Paco, your story and your learning brings up one that's very similar, had in my experience as well. So yes, learned quickly to go in humbly and curiously when asking good questions as well. So I often try and focus on, if we're going to be influencing leaders, often influence through a how type of question. I won't go in with a here's a yes or a no answer to what you're trying to get done, but here's how we might do it together. And asking good questions as well, right? Bring in your best practices, bring in your insights, and be prepared with some recommendations as well for them. But I've also learned that, the best practice, it doesn't always work either. So bring in options and, again, allow your decision maker to make the decisions, and you're there to provide good information based on, again, solid evidence, analytics, whatever your research says. But again, in an open way that you can build that together as well. But echo a lot of what's been said here as well.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit, because I think if you look back over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of changes in the workforce, right? And in the workplace environment, not just because of the pandemic and work from home, although those certainly have been monumental changes, but also there's a new generation of people entering the workforce with they're younger, they've got different expectations. They think about work differently than those of us who've been in the workforce for, multiple decades already. So maybe Rod, I'll start this one off with you, but I'm just kind of interested in your thoughts about how the recent shifts in work and the work environment and the way we do work just through the pandemic, new people coming into the workforce, all of that, how that has shifted and how that impacts how you think about people first.
All right, I'll pick on one element of the whole remote working. We're remote doing this conference. Again, my background's, again, I mentioned work for Kyndryl, work for IBM, big corporations, where we have a workforce that's, based all around the world. And one of the things that, one really, I think, great thing that we experienced, like I'm based in Australia, was that by everyone being virtual, is that it actually, and we were working with global teams all the time, found that actually the global teams actually work better. And so pretty much, we're still very much working in a virtual way, in that often our teams, you've got a team delivering on a project that, that you got skills from all different countries, that when we had pre-pandemic, when we had people in the office, is that you might have 4 or 5 people in the office and you've got couple of individuals remote, you really couldn't engage as a group, or the people in the room would sort of would dominate the conversation, dominate the meeting. And so one of the real benefits from being forced to go into this remote working was to actually learn how effective it could be, and it certainly so it's been effective from a business outcome from that. It's been effective again for the individuals as well. So that's one example.
Heather, you want to go next?
Sure. I think, if our people first agenda sort of means valuing people, it certainly aligns with all the trends that we're hearing about with virtual work, with new demographics. I think, we're hearing a lot that people are looking for purpose to make a difference and doing something that matters to them. We're hearing, folks want fair compensation in the world of changing inflation and all the good stuff along with that. And flexibility, right? And not necessarily just working from home flexibility, because that doesn't apply to every type of job that's out there, but choice and flexibility. Choice of how they work, where they work, when they work, maybe even who they get to work with. Really noticing a lot of that. People are looking for a strong human connection too, particularly with a direct supervisor, but with the broader, team that they're working with or organization. And there's so much more of the trends, that we're all aware of with wellness, with career development, with the inclusion and diversity space as well. I know we try a lot to focus on what is possible. So with all those trends, so if folks are looking for more remote work, for example, let's start with a how. How do we make that happen instead of the perhaps mindset of that couldn't happen or that's not possible, right? We want to start with a yes or at least let's consider that and a how-based approach. So for instance,
I'm going to totally piggyback. I love my word was going to be choice. So I love that you went there, Heather. If I look at all of the shifts, so if I think of the future of work, which we were probably all talking about before COVID happened, and so it isn't just about where you work. And to me, it is all the demographics. So who is doing the work, how that work is happening. So where we're working, like Rob was talking about, how does technology happen? So how does generative AI and other things like that, how they all fit in to all this. And so when I look at a lot of the people side of that, if we were having this discussion 5 years ago, 36% of the workforce were boomers, 13% were Gen X, and 6 to 8% were millennial Gen Y. And then if you look now, we've got 50% plus Gen Y millennial. We've still got the same 13% Gen X, and we've got sort of 6 to 8% boomers. If you look at people, my observation would be that people stay still when their kids are between 10 and 18. And if you look right now, you've got millennials who are top end sitting at 41, 42-ish, and their kids generally are still a little bit younger. So you've had an entire population, to your point, Rusty, of newer workers with a lot of choice, with a lot of flexibility, who don't have a long tenure or history, don't have pensions, don't have reasons to stay. So the fluidity of the contractual relationship, written or otherwise, between employee-employer is different. And if you look at people at the tail end of their career where their kids are long out of school, they also have choice. So they can move. They maybe did move during COVID. So to me, one of the things that has really shifted is choice. And that agency to select has now got us where we have 75% plus of the workforce who has a lot of choice. And that it puts us where we do need to be people first. It's interesting, like I'd say right now, the economy's improving slightly, like the work economy, the job market is not where it was 6 months ago. It's definitely not where it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago it was on fire, and then it went really quiet, and it's starting to pick up. And frankly, at the moment, I would say that for organizations who may not be people first or may not be doing the right things, when the economy gets warmer and hotter, if they're not doing this, they're going to see a lot more movement, because there's a lot of people right now with, to Heather's point, of inflation or uncertainty. As there's more choice, as there is more choice and the supply demand curves change, the people have the choice, because we are not necessarily in a place where as organizations that's going to stay as is. So I just think that's something that choice to me is all around the things Heather mentioned, but is going to continue to be a big driver in terms of where people put their own choice to invest their time and energy. Paco, over to you.
Oh, I talking about data, I love the data you always throw at us, so that's amazing. I was reading Carta's State of Compensation. I don't know if any of you has read it, but they manage kind of the stock or the equity for a lot of startups, like 33,000 startups or something like that. And one thing that caught my eye is that, and again, don't I'm going to use approximate measures, but more than 90% of people that have some sort of equity in startups do not get to the point of making their equity liquid. Just think about it for 1 second, okay? And that apparently is the biggest carrot to join a startup, right? So less than 10%, and I think it's like 5, but let's just say less than 10% of people actually realize a single penny of their equity in a startup. So why are people working for startups then? And a lot of newer generations are working for startups. That's kind of the thing. There's something there, right? And I think a lot of that is mission-based, employee first, and all of these specific mini touch points and experiences. So that was super eye-opening to me because it talks about how newer generations perceive, the carrots versus some of the older generations.
I think some of it is Paco, your point of opportunity. Like Rod, when you look at IBM or other large organizations, the pace at which you move through them is very predictable and quite slow because there's thousands of people at a given layer, tens of thousands of people even. And if you look in startups, you get to say, I'd like to be a people leader, or I'd like to have this opportunity, or I'd like to something. And there's a chance to something sooner. And then if it doesn't work, or take that to the large organization with that experience.
So I was just checking at the clock. This time has flown by. We only have about 11 minutes left in our panel here. But I thought it'd be useful as we're moving towards wrapping up to talk about how do you handle when this idea of being people first runs into conflict with some other business objective. I think Paco just teed up at the very beginning of the session this idea of a spectrum where you can go from employees being entitled to the other way where we just ignore employees and we focus 100% on profit. But of course, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. And similarly, that's doing something that's people first. Whether Rod gave us an example of meetings where you've got some people in person and some people remote, and the challenges that creates, giving people flexibility and choice in the way they work, can also create challenges in interactions and how they're working together as a team. Or you may end up with even something that actually has an actual expense. So Carrie said, it's great when you can find the people first ways that plug into the business strategy, but what do you do when you run into a conflict?
I'll jump in. I think tell the truth. I think people believe authenticity. So if you're a leader and we have been able to have certain opportunities or situations, things that cost money, and we know only have less money to be spent, tell the truth. Because if there isn't money and there won't be jobs or there isn't choice, I'll give an example. When my father was he was a consulting engineer, when the economy was crap in the 80s, they went from 5 days a week to 4 days a week to 3 to 2 and down. And depending on who they were, manager otherwise, they went to less time, but everybody had a little bit of something. So when they came back, they could come back at speed. And that choice meant more people had more options. And if I look at, if I'm running an organization and I know that I can have 10 people full-time or 20 people part-time, making that choice and being honest about, here's the choices we have, here's the considerations we have. You can't make money materialize out of nowhere, but having an honest conversation around, here's the tensions, here's the trade-offs, here's the choices, building trust across employees of we know this, we don't know this, here's when we know what we don't know now, allows people to still have the commitment and the engagement because they believe that they're valued and seen and heard, as Rod was mentioning earlier, in the context of real life. So to me, tell the truth.
Heather, would you like to jump in?
Sure. I think it was along those lines as well, to jump on what Carrie is saying, is the communication side of it. It's the honesty, yes, and it's to also clarify what are the priorities. So if we are clear on what that is, then we can share, of course, what the priorities are, share what the obstacles might be, what's getting in the way. And if the people first component is the priority, that's going to come out at the end of the day, right? And so, I just want to echo that, the honesty behind what's getting in the way, and what's our path forward through it.
Rod, go ahead. I saw you come off mute. Go ahead, Rod.
Yeah, I think that's communication, transparency is key, and that's sort of at all different perspectives, to the employees, to the leadership, open channels. I think Gary mentioned, budget constraints can be a real obstacle to introducing new programs, and so it's then about how to be upfront about that. How if there's budget constraints and roadblocks to shifting to a people first strategy, like what I think of ways of doing that, within the small teams, it doesn't cost money, and I think and like a part of that could be just doing it smaller to start with. Just pick a smaller group, run pilot programs to have a people first approach, just targeting either particular topics, particular teams. There's different ways of just making it smaller if there are budget constraints, for example. That's one aspect. Parker, over to you.
Thank you. I just finished reading yesterday Elon Musk's biography. That is the ultimate HR nightmare. I think it's just fascinating. Love him or hate him, but it's interesting. One of the things that he did in Twitter, talking about brutal communication, but he sent this email where he said, okay, if you're, you can choose to be a hardcore employee and do, work the way I work, which is crazy hours and be all in and come to the office and blah, blah. But very clear, again, not HR nightmare, but again, very specific. And you tell me if you want to stay or not, I'm going to give you 3 months of severance, kind of Netflix style as well, right? And apparently 2,600 people decided to stay. They were probably expecting like 800 or I don't know, right? 2,600. Now, there's many other reasons, and we could spend hours talking about it. So, and again, I'm not fully advocating for that because that's one extreme. But I think that's an interesting example of sometimes being hyper clear with what you want. What is your culture? What type of things, expectations that you have, and then allowing for people to have a choice, I think is much better than the opposite, which is all of these touchy-feely things where you're trying to say many different things, but you're not saying them, and people are. I think we underestimate how smart people are sometimes in terms of communication. People, if we don't say things clearly, people will go into conspiracy theory mode or whatever, and they become cynical and they leave. So it's more, again, not an advocate of brutal communication, the example I gave, but at least it exemplifies sometimes the power of clarity, right?
Fantastic comments. We are coming into the close. Unfortunately, we did lose Carrie. She gave us a heads up that her battery may die at the end of our session, and I think it did. So unfortunately, we lost her. But just as we're moving into a close, I would love to hear just for each of you, just to share one takeaway that you have from this, or a suggestion maybe for others to take away. If you were in an organization and you were really going to advocate a people first agenda, where would you start? Like what is an action that someone can take? I think this is a great conversation. There's been so many good little nuggets, but what stood out to you as a first step that somebody could take? Heather, let's start with you.
Yeah, as a first step, it's engaging with your people. At least for me, it's to be open, to being curious, asking good questions. Find out what their priorities are. What's making the organization run well? Where's your opportunities to improve on? And start there. Engage, consult, ask a lot of questions, and ask some more.
Great. Paco, how about you?
Heather, I quite like just Heather's point, or starting with questions of how, a good question to ask. I think I really like that, Heather. Thank you. I think really engaging, asking questions is the key way to help bring people into change, I think, so they can think about it from their point of view, and you can hear what their point of view is, and you can reflect on that and have a good conversation. So I think, I mean, that's key, is engaging with leaders and get them on the journey is critical.
I love that. We didn't talk about this too much, but I've also been a big fan of reading how to debias myself from conversations. And one of the best ways of doing that is talking to the two extremes. So talk to the leader that does, let's just talk about the big elephant in the room in a lot of companies, which is remote work. So talk to the advocates and understand why they're doing that, and talk to the other ones and understand why they're doing that, so that you can try to debias yourself a little bit, because it's very difficult to stay objective, particularly in some places where we could be strong advocates of something. So we should always try to find ways to bring ourselves a little bit to the middle as much as we can. Of course, there's specific things that it's okay we go, to a strong advocacy, but I think trying to debias yourself in these things by experiencing, asking, connecting, experimenting, and being part of something, but also on the two sides, can really help out, because populations will be, most of the times, will be on the two spectrums, and you cannot fully polarize them, because we know very well what happens when people get polarized.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Such great questions. I mean, really engaging, asking questions, listening, and looking at your own bias, and really paying attention to that to make sure and to understand the whole spectrum of opinions, and make sure that you're not coming in with a blind spot. So such great content here today. Rod, Heather, Paco, and Carrie, who's no longer with us, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to all of you who've been listening and participating in the chat. There is another great session coming up. My friend Manola Jack is going to be back moderating the next panel after this short break. So thank you so much, and stick around for more.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great one.
Hello, everyone, and good whatever moment of the day you are enjoying on your time zones. It is so good to be back for the third panel within our day one of the third edition of How to Be a Strategic HR Business Partner. My name is Minola Jacques. I am your co-host for the next hour. We have Barbara backstage, so please do make sure that you also give a big thank you to her if you enjoy this experience. And we will be discussing a little bit about understanding the language of business. And from the moment that I saw the title of this panel, I was like, I'm going to be there. I come from a mixed family, so I'm half Romanian, half Hungarian. I grew up in a bilingual family. So any conversation about languages, in whatever way we look at them and whatever context we use them in, is very near and dear to my heart. So we will make the best out of our short time today. We have an amazing panel. So Barbara, if you can help me bring them on stage. In the meantime, welcome everybody. Welcome if you just joined. Welcome back if you were with us for our previous conversations. And if you have the feeling that you missed out on some amazing topics, yes, you are right, but don't worry, this one, as well as the recordings of all the other conversations, will be made available for you on our hackinghrlab.io platform, or you can enjoy them in a tiny little bit on our LinkedIn space. So let's get into the topic, understanding the language of business and translating business language to HR strategy and operations. So the first round is an easy one, is the intro round, and it goes like this. I will pass the e-mic around as you appear on my screen clockwise. That means, Tamika, you will go first, and Trent, you will round this one up. Easy. Just kindly introduce yourselves shortly, and do let us know what kind of language or what kind of languages do you bring into our conversation today. Tamika, welcome. Good to see you.
Hello, everyone. I am Tamika Hill Thomas. I'm currently a senior principal at Mercer. Currently at Mercer, I actually help our clients answer or address issues related to pay equity, strategic workforce planning, and a variety of people analytics work. Prior to that, I actually had an internal role with Ernst & Young, where I was the head of the advanced people analytics team. So I'm looking at this from both sides, from the internal role as well as from a client-serving role.
That's wonderful. Thank you so very much. Carolina, good to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
Yes, thank you for the invitation to join today's panel. Really looking forward to today's conversation. My name is Carolina Terrazas. I'm currently working as the Vice President of Talent Management and Development at Schneider Electric for North America. And my mission is to help employees to perform at their best and grow to their fullest potential while creating a culture where everyone can thrive. I have 20 years of experience in HR, most of which has been as an HR business partner. And I believe that speaking the business language is one of the key success factors for anyone in the HR space, but especially for those in HR business partner roles. I speak two languages myself, English and Spanish. And I want to say that I speak the business language as well. So I'm looking forward to talk more about that today.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Dalia, welcome. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Minola. I'm Dalia Turner. I am currently a VP of People. I am Portugal-based, and I'm also the lead ambassador for Transform, the Lisbon chapter. I speak English, obviously, a little bit of Portuguese, and similar to Carolina, I believe that the ability for anyone in the HR function to be able to speak to the business is one of their key success factors. Roles that I've had have been all about transforming and translating the HR and people strategy into business so that it makes sense for our leaders.
Wonderful. Thank you. Lisa, good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Good to see you, Manola. I feel like we've done many over the last few days of these. Lisa Sanders, I am in Northern California, currently the VP of People and Culture and Talent and Operations and some other things for a mid-stage startup here in the Bay Area. Super excited to be talking about this topic. It was I grabbed it the minute I saw it, because I really do believe that HR needs to lean in and be tied to the business goals and outcomes, right? We manage, I would say we manage probably the biggest line item on your balance sheet, right, of the company. And if we're not speaking the business language or the language of the business and driving, towards those outcomes and the goals of the company, then we're doing a disservice to ourselves and to the organization and the people that we bring in, because that we'll bring in the wrong people if we don't know what the goals are of the company, and then fill those open seats with the right people based on that.
Thank you so very much. Trent, welcome.
Hello, Trent Cotton. I am the Vice President of Talent and Culture for Hatchworks based in Atlanta, but we've got employees all through the US and Latin America. Grew up speaking French and English. I can understand Spanish, but I answer in English, so it kind of freaks people out. What's even better is that my husband is Egyptian, but a lot of people in Atlanta think that he's Spanish, so they'll come and they'll talk to him in Spanish and I answer them, and it just totally blows their brain away. So interesting, whenever I got into HR 20 years ago, I got into it because I wanted to do a career pivot. I'd always been on the line of business, primarily in banking, doing a lot of lending, managing other lenders, managing kind of big, large business operations, and wanted to do a career pivot, and was taught at an early age, if you hate something, go in and change it. And at the time I hated HR, so I wanted to go in and change it. I thought it was just going to be a 2-year stint, and now we're looking at 20 years. But I agree. It's been said several times. Speaking the language of business, like putting it into their terms. And whenever I hire HR professionals, I always like to remind them that we are in charge of the largest expense and revenue producing asset on the balance sheet. That is what we do day in, day out. And every decision needs to be based around how do we maintain that balance.
Thank you all so very much. And let's start maybe not so deep, but really demystifying in what way is business language different from HR language. And I was listening to the conversations we had today, and also I'm reflecting on some of the panels we've had over the past couple of weeks or so. And are there different dialects also within the business language? Because we tend to put these quite all-encompassing labels on things. And how granular should we really go when we talk about business language? And I will just let this one go, popcorn style. And it's also great to train for the unmuting competition. So let's see where inspiration strikes. Carolina. Oh, okay. Let's go Tomika and then Carolina.
Okay. Well, I think historically, when a lot of people have thought of HR, these trigger words come into mind: engagement, turnover, employee benefits, and when you think about the business, you think revenue, costs, final line costs, stocks. Those two different type of language never ever once worked together. But I think now we're looking at our people as a input to now this line of business that you have. We are considered an asset that can be used, can be maximized, can be minimized, can be used, and this is even without changing the headcount, but can be used to make huge changes in the output of the company, which does, at the end of the day, impacts the revenue, impacts the bottom line. I think now companies, the C-suite leaders of these companies are now understanding how their people can be used to impact their bottom line of the companies in ways that they never used before.
Yeah, and I want to build on what Tamika just said, because I think when we talk about the business language, I think there are different aspects to that as well, right? The first thing that a lot of times comes to our minds, like Tamika says, is revenue and cost, a lot of financial terms, right? So there's that financial kind of language. But depending on the industry you are or the type of company you work at, there's other languages on top of that, like the technical language, the product language, the sales language. There's a lot of different languages that converge in any particular company. And I think as HR, when we think about all of that, we can think about depth and breadth. And I think as HR, it is imperative that we have the breadth of that language, meaning we understand the different aspects of the business, financial, product, market, sales, all of the different aspects, and that we can correlate that and link that back to people. And to Tamika's point, and I think Trent also mentioned it in his introduction, is how can we translate that in a way that then we can link our people strategy to the business strategy to become an enabler for the business. And I think in the past, these were looked at two different things, right? We were speaking different languages. We were not looking eye to eye. And HR, thankfully, has evolved so much in the last, I would say, 15 years, that now we can sit at the table and speak the business language and be able to translate a lot of times between that business language and the people language back and forth. And that is a capability that distinguishes the best HR teams that are out there.
And Manola, I think too, there's not just the language, but there's also the voice. So in the span of 1 hour, I may start in as the HR practitioner, switch to a performance coach, switch to a risk mitigating, professional. So, I think that the successful HR business partners or the HR practitioners are able not only to speak that business language, but then also change their voice according to whatever situations being thrown at them. And I think that is why most of us have probably got dark circles, and at least for me, I've got a receding hairline, is because you're constantly having to analyze and shift and really kind of play to the audience that you are working with, so that way they see you and you maintain that credibility that they need to be included in some of these large decisions.
Can I just add on to what Trent just said? I think it's also not just the voice and the role, but actively participating when it is a business topic, and not as HR, but as part of that leadership team or part of that group that's there, and being able to have that voice and be able to speak at the same time from a point of view of people, but about the topic at hand, and not just when it touches people topics.
I'm going to give an amen to that, because there are times when we are going through business strategy, and I like to play dumb, and so I'll ask questions like, how did we get to that number? Why is that our sales forecast? Why did we go back? Why do we do this? I'm not acting like I've done this kind of stuff before, but I really want to kind of ask that leader and kind of get inside of their head. But as we're a high growth tech firm, so of course I've got vested interest monetarily in making sure that we are successful. But I even did that whenever I worked for larger organizations. It's a great way to kind of use that Socrates method. I can never say the right word, Socratic, whatever that word is. But using that to kind of lead the leader and make them kind of validate, yeah, this is why I'm making this particular business decision. And while they're doing that, you're actually learning how they go about making decisions and what their process is. And it's going to help you whenever you need to come to them with something. You're going to know how they're going to be processing that information.
I think I just want to say one thing on top of that, is that we are business leaders that happen to focus on people, right? I think we used to lead as we are HR professionals, but now the way HR works and integrates into the business, we are another business leader in the team that just happens to focus on our people strategy and the people side of the business.
I'm going to echo what many have already said about making sure that we are connected to the various departments and teams, right? I go to all of the weekly, monthly meetings for every department, and I go there to TrensPoint to learn, right? I go to the product marketing strategy meetings, and the reason I do that is because if I don't know what our product roadmap is, I can't help hire for the company. Right. And it also gives me information and data that when it comes time for me to work with the head of product, for example, and we come up with a hiring plan, I've been in those strategy sessions. So I've heard what's been said. I've heard what the plan is. And sometimes team leaders or whatever, they don't know what they need really, right? They'll say, I need a product marketing manager. Okay. Well, what's the DNA of that? I don't know, right? And if I am actually knowledgeable about what they're building, I can kind of guide them to maybe refine. Maybe it's not a product marketing manager. Maybe it's somebody else, right? But I can't do that in service of them or the company if I'm not part of it, right? If I'm not there, I'm certainly not there to offer my opinion. I'm there to learn and to listen. And I think that that's really important, that HR needs to be learning and listening. And it's a new skill for us, but we have to do it. And a lot of people are resistant to it. I have people on my team that don't want to do that. Like, no, we don't have to do that. Because, historically we didn't, right? But business has changed. The way business gets done has changed. And we need to be more tied to the business.
Trent, you took a breath to say something, please. No? Okay. I was just thinking while listening to this. Before we go into discussing how can we bridge, the languages, I want to make sure that we advance in a balanced conversation. And what I mean is, I would be very curious to hear, how have you experienced business looking for subtitles to HR language? Are there questions that you receive from the business, from the various languages of the business, that really makes you identify what are they most struggling with, or what are they most curious about understanding the HR language? Anything that comes to mind?
I think an easy one is the alphabet soup, and it's especially interesting whenever you are managing something international, because I put something, one time in the leadership channel at an organization that was multicultural, and I said, yeah, I won't be able to do that because I'll be conducting RIFs. And I had one of the business leaders go, what is a RIF? I was like, I'm sorry, reduction in force. He goes, so what is that? Because English was a second language to him, like, just for me, it just kind of rolled off of my tongue. So I think that, there are a lot of times that we are professionals and we are practitioners. We deal in this stuff every single solitary day. Sometimes you need to spell out the abbreviations. Make sure that you give that safe space where they can ask questions. And I've always found that whenever they're asking questions early on, and I think it was a me thing, I don't think it was necessarily the leaders that I was working with. I felt like I had something to prove because I was not your traditional HR guy. And nobody else in HR liked me because I approached HR like a business leader, I felt like I had a chip on my shoulder. So anytime someone asked me a question, I almost got offended and I overcompensated for it. Now I've kind of learned of going, okay, well, if they're asking that question, then maybe I need to work on my own communication style to make sure that as a partner and as a supporter, coach, mentor, manager for them, that I am speaking in the way that's going to make them the most successful.
I would just like to say that what my past experience has been is that in talking to the business leaders, they have looked at me as a traditional HR person who's only dealing with recruitment and some of these other traditional roles. So I've had trouble in convincing them that I can help them do their jobs better. And, for instance, succession planning. I understood that there were people who would just get into a room and just have these conversations. And I said, well, we could use advanced analytics. Advanced analytics? What's advanced analytics? What do you mean? You can like numbers, prediction, like what is that? And a lot of times, even after explaining it, they still didn't understand. So sometimes I would have to just be like, trust me, this will change your life. Let me get this right. Let me show you. You don't even have to understand everything up underneath the car, the hood. Just let me produce something for you that I promise you will make your life so much easier when it comes to understanding why certain people are leaving your company, who could be a better fit for on a slate for succession planning, what's going on with your executive leadership, and how can you do better recruitment into some of these roles. You guys don't always have to guess all the time. We here at HR can help you do that. You don't have to know we're talking in languages. You don't have to understand every single word that I'm saying, but with my gestures and everything and pretty pictures, you'll be able to get something out that would really help you at the end of the day.
I want to build a little bit on that, on both of your points, Tran and Tamika, because I think a lot of times business leaders come to HR with a request, not necessarily with the problem, right? They believe they know what they need and they come and ask for the solution. And I think one of the things that we need to do in trying to translate the language from business to HR is to really try to get to the root of what the problem is that we are all trying to solve, right? And we're trying to solve together. So the power of questions and asking the right questions is so powerful in this translation process. Because if we are just taking orders from someone that comes and say, oh, I need to hire this, or I need to do that, instead of asking questions to really understand what is the problem they're trying to solve, what is the need that they have, and come to this common understanding, language aside, right, of what exactly is the need and what is that we can work on together, and how as HR we can add value to that. So I think that's one piece that I find a lot of times gets lost in translation. Someone comes to us, asks for something, and we have two choices or two alternatives. One, we do what they're asked for, or two, we dig deeper to really understand the problem instead of jumping to the solution. And my experience, when I dig a little bit deeper and engage more on a dialogue and ask some very intentional questions, we get together to better solutions. The other thing I want to build on that Tran said is each area of the business has its own lingo, our acronyms and our phrases and expressions, and HR is not an exception. And a lot of times when we talk among ourselves as HR professionals, there are things that we just take for granted. And a lot of times we need to step back and really make sure that we're breaking it down to a point that everyone, even those outside of HR, can understand what we're talking about. Because just like we feel sometimes that we can't follow a conversation on someone in sales or manufacturing or finance or whatever, the same happens to our peers when it comes to HR topics. So it's always a two-way street when we're talking about translating languages. It's both ways.
Totally. The other place that I think that we often get in HR some miscommunications is around definitions of words that get used a lot. So things like attrition and regrettable, unregrettable, or when we talk about compensation and benchmarks, because my favorite is when the business comes to me and goes, look, we're underpaying because the survey out there says that we're underpaying without really understanding the internal philosophy. So our ability to really ensure that when we're talking and using HR lingo, that they have, that you're constantly reminding them, what is included in this lingo? Why are we using it? What does it mean? And what is the context for it within our company?
Lisa.
Sorry, I lost my Mouse, I agree with everything everyone said. And I do think that us making sure, HR making sure that we are sharing openly and that the culture of the company allows the space for that, for us to have those conversations is important. And if the company doesn't have that culture, then we are always going to be seen as a cost center, and that's it, right? And people just come and say, do this, or here's this, and, you know, and they walk away, right? So I think it comes down to, does your company have the culture that makes that having those conversations and digging deeper and, you know, learning more is welcomed, right? And some cultures it's not, right? It's harder in big culture, in big companies, right? Smaller companies, it's a little easier, but I think that to do that, you need to make sure that the culture is mature enough to actually allow for that space, because it's vulnerable, right? You know, everyone's learning when you have those conversations, and that's good. Some people aren't comfortable with that, and if the culture of the company doesn't embrace that, it'll be very difficult.
I want to be very mindful of the fact that we are all in quite different points of our journey through, you know, life and work. And we talked about, you know, professionals having acronyms and expressions and, you know, working with them for years and decades. We heard about voices. I do hear quite a lot of art and professional maturity. It probably more than science to speaking these languages. How about someone who's early in their career? How do they go about it? Because something that I also heard in the previous conversation was about presence and networking and building relationships. And we tend to associate that with some sort of seniority. How do we make sense of all this if we are either very early on in our career or quite possibly after a change so, you know, meaningful that it puts us into a completely new environment, whether that's industry or type of workplace? How do we go about it?
So, Manila, I in some ways, I think that the early in career have it a little bit easier when it comes to understanding the business, not because they're going to understand the business easier, but because they can ask the stupid questions about things they don't understand. And people put it down to the fact that they're early in career. Sometimes when we ask those same stupid questions because we don't really understand something, we get that look like either, why don't you know this? Or we get the look of, why do you want to know this? And I sometimes think that some of the more junior people in the company are able to ask those questions more openly. The other thing that I would always say to anyone in HR is getting financial literacy as early as possible.
Yes, and I would say there are no stupid questions, even though sometimes others can perceive it that way, right? But I think leading with curiosity is critical. I think you never stop learning, right? And the business also evolves, and the way we do business also evolves. And for example, I switched industries and companies about a year and a half ago, and I felt like I was starting all over again, trying to learn the business language because it was so different from one industry to the other, from one company to the other. So I think regardless where you are in your career, it's always important to stay curious, to have a beginner's mindset and asking questions and genuinely being interested in learning about the business, not just pretending that you want to know, but really having that genuine interest in learning the business. And that requires an investment of time and energy in doing that. So as an early professional, but I would say applies to everyone, is, to your point, networking, connecting, having regular meetings with leaders, attending business meetings. A lot don't see that as a waste of time, but rather an investment of your time. joining business updates, department meetings, just being a fly on the wall. A lot of times you learn so much about the dynamics of the group, what is happening in that part of the business, how we are approaching business. So being receptive to connect with others, to be curious, to have that beginner's mindset, to have that growth mindset of acknowledging that you're not going to get to learn everything and know everything, but you're constantly have to be learning alongside the business, and making sure that you are also vulnerable and humble to recognize what you don't know. Because the worst thing that you can do is not ask the question and then go take an action or make a decision without having the right context. Like asking clarifying questions, I think it's so powerful, and investing the time in getting to know, doing research. There's there's lots of resources inside companies to start to learn about the company and stay updated on industry and trends, and joining industry groups or newsletters or other ways that you can get not only the internal view, but also the external view. I think both are important, and having that balance is critical.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think that also, I'm going to circle back around to that your company has the culture for that, right? There are many companies that do not, they just don't, right? And so, you want to be sure that before you go down that path of reaching out to people and attending meetings, and, you need to be careful. The very first engineering all hands that I joined in my Tokyo office, this was years ago, but I'd maybe been with the company a year, and I had started the company, so I'd been around for a while. The looks that I got when I was in that room, it was like, why are you here? Right? Why is HR here? It wasn't, oh, great, Lisa's here. Right? It was a look of like, uh-oh, are we in trouble? Like, what's happening? Why is she here? Right? What's she going to say? Are we in trouble? Whatever. So again, I think that that's a culture thing. And I realized when that happened, I'm like, oh, I think I need to work on that with my Tokyo team, because me walking into a room should not be threatening. Me setting up one-on-ones with my entire company, including engineers, should not make them feel like, uh-oh, I'm in trouble, right? So, but again, you have to create that culture. I'm going to touch on a little bit about that. I think that for young people that are starting out in HR or whatever, actually anything, this transcends HR, it's really important to start building your community, right? And the community can be all of the things that everyone mentioned, right? Groups, organizations, you can follow people, influencers, all of that. But I think it's also really important, and a lot of the early career people that I coach, I help them build a personal board of directors. I've had one for a good 20 years. I've added, and then some people have fallen off because of changes in what they're doing and all of that. But building a personal board of directors is really important. And I would say immediately in your career. Both my kids are out in the workforce, and it was the very first thing that I had them start working on is build your board of directors. They are the people that are going to be there when you're confused, or you're going down a path and it seems dark, or you're scared, or you're all of those things. To have those people that you can call on to talk you through it and help are critical. And they don't have to be in your specific space, right? A lot of times it transcends that, right? It could just be, I'm stuck. I need help.
I love that concept of a personal board of directors. And if you don't have one, a good place to start is finding a mentor, a business leader that can become your mentor in helping you navigate the business world and learn about the business. That was the first thing that I did. I mentioned I switched industries and companies, and that was the first thing I quickly realized. I need help, and I need someone that can mentor me, come up to speed in
coming to the same level of business acumen that I had in my previous job, in the previous industry that I was working at. And I think for any young professional that enters the workplace, I love that idea, Lisa, of a board of directors. And if you don't have one and you don't know where to start with a mentor, someone that you respect, someone that is a role model, someone that you admire because they're good at understanding the business, that can help you navigate the business world.
Yeah, and if you build that community, and that community includes mentors and coaches, right? I mean, I started with mentors and coaches and then built my community and therefore my board of directors grew, right? It's a melange of all of those things, right? And each person brings something different to my board, right? And I'm on people's boards as well, right? And I add people all the time. I think I have like 20 people. So it's, and we all give each other different things, right? We bring different things to each other's lives and help in different ways. And that's, it's really, really important. And I have on so many occasions leaned on them when I've been lost.
And they're also good to kind of help with some of the internal politics. So if I know that I'm going to be asking for something that is could be seen as controversial, or it's going to tick a couple of people off, I get ahead of it and I work the network. Invite them for comments, help them shoot holes in it. That way, whenever you bring it to the table, it's almost pre-vetted, and they do a lot of the politicking and fighting for you on your behalf, so you can remain above board. The other piece of advice I would have for early HR professionals is don't just go to the business meetings, go to the after parties. Get to know the people. That's where I have been able to really forge deep relationships with clients that I didn't really like in the meetings. Having that personal conversation with them outside of work, in a group setting, watching the group dynamics outside of the office, it tells you, it just kind of gives you just another view. And it helps you be able to really go deeper on some of these relationships. And so it does help you, especially if, a couple of them become in that little band of network opportunities, then, they feel a little bit more, endeared to you than the other person. And what I love is whenever I have had meetings, Lisa, where people go, "Oh God, HR's here. Everybody clean up your language." And, usually the CEO goes, "You haven't heard him speak. He's worse than all of you." So I think too, is just kind of bringing down, there's still people out there that, take themselves very seriously in HR, but I think the more that we can do to break down that wall is going to help us really be seen as valuable partners.
I always say, when did we have to be all of a sudden so serious? Why do any of us need to be so serious, right? It's not necessary.
Tomika, I see you nodding. Anything you would like to add?
Yeah, and I'm taking this from my own personal experience, because I, prior to getting into this space, I worked in the research group and I did retirement research, and I worked in pricing for an automobile company. And so it was really interesting. Out of the blue, I got into people analytics. Didn't know a thing. It was a brand new role. And then I was a brand new person in this role. So one of the first things I did was hacking HR. I was going to every single one of these virtual meetings, listening to the questions, listening to the conversations. There are other podcasts that are out there. Looked at books, the Harvard Business Review. I read those articles. I also use LinkedIn. I looked to see what other people are doing, where they were, make connections that way. There are these meetups, people analytics meetups. I went to those pretty often as well. So externally, I just was out there trying to gather as much information as possible about people analytics to understand what people are doing, how they're using their skills to improve the business, and then taking that knowledge into where I was doing. But then once I started learning about the business, I felt comfortable enough to go to someone internally and say, hey, I noticed, we're doing this report for you guys, but it just seems so not enough. We could take it to the next level if we were at this dynamic to this report. And all it took was one successful project for me to pull off. And I had my name out there, and this one person was able to talk to other people about, oh, there's this person in HR who did this project for me, was able to get my name out there. So networking within the company, having a success story to tell people once I've done that was one of the big ways I got more ingrained into the business. And I was able to not only build a name for myself, build this team and the team's reputation, but we also got stuff done. I'm, very proud of the work that we were able to do when I was internal and also now externally with clients. I'm just very proud of the work that we are able to do and provide because I put in the time to kind of establish that relationship internally and work very hard to understand people analytics in general.
That is a very important point. We're talking about the business language and translating that into HR. And the purpose of that is so we can make a bigger impact in the company that we're part of, the people around us, and the community, right, that we serve. And it doesn't matter unless you make that impact, right? So I think we should not lose the angle here. Understanding the business language is not just because it is required, is not just because it's in a job description, is not just because someone says you need to understand the business language. It's because if we don't understand the business language, we can make all the impact that we're capable of making, right? It can accelerate, it can multiply the impact we can make if we speak the language and we're able to translate that language into strategies that in return add value and make an impact.
So I was just watching the clock and sadly we have just a little bit over 10 minutes left. And thinking back to our conversation, we talked about learning and translating and understanding and learning some more. So here's my next question, and it comes with a spin. So please don't hate me for it. What is the last thing that you had to unlearn when it comes to understanding the business language? What is one of your assumptions or biases or misperceptions? Tomika, I see you very enthusiastic there.
Oh my gosh. So with my background, I have a PhD in economics, and I was doing advanced people analytics. So we did a lot of work with regression analysis, NLP, a lot of this, advanced statistics. One of the things I had to learn, I talk like I was the smartest person in the room because it came off as if I was just trying to show off. I talked over everyone's head, the R square and the, peace value and all these type of stuff. I just had to relearn how to talk in their language because I thought by showing them that this really technical thing that I did for them would be very impressive and they would grab onto it. It literally just went over their head. And I actually that feedback was, no one in the room can keep up with you. You have got to slow down. So learning to slow down, learning to talk their language, and learning that what you're talking about is not about you. It's not about what you've accomplished. It's about this product helping the business. And that's all it should be about. You, your team, the work you did, how many hours you put in was totally irrelevant at that moment. It's a success only if the people you're pitching this to, this idea, this product that you've done is, successfully, taken in, everyone loves it, it's a success. No other reason whatsoever.
What a great share. Thank you so very much. Any unlearnings?
I would say acronyms. I've been in many a meeting when acronym is being thrown around, and I think I know what that acronym means. And it makes no sense to the context of the conversation going on. And you're kind of going and you're thinking in your brain, am I misinterpreting, how they're using that acronym? Still putting it from my frame of reference, but really being able to understand when someone else throws out an acronym, what do they think that means? Not what do I think that means?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. It's acronyms. There's so many of them, and there's no way for you to know all of them. And I think we rely on them too much, and just assume that people know. A classic story. My CFO, we were in our executive meeting, and my CFO sends me a Slack, and my my senior VP of sales was presenting his slides, and in his slide he had MVP. Actually, it was product. I take that back. And he sends me a Slack and he goes, what the hell is MVP? I know what it means in football, but what does it mean in this, right? And I just happened to know, but I wish that he had felt like, whoa, stop, what's that? Tell me what that means, because if you lose the context of what they're saying. If you don't understand the acronym, it's like, what? I have no idea, right? And then even then sometimes like minimal viable product, he's like, well, what's that exactly? Okay, well that requires more. So just, yeah, we need to stop relying on them so much and assuming everyone knows what they are.
Can anyone help me what MVP means in football?
Yeah, most valuable player.
Thank you.
Manola, I hope you weren't looking at me since I'm the only man on here, because my daughter knows more about football.
I'm looking at the screen. I'm looking at the screen.
Yeah, don't look here. Don't look here.
When it comes to unlearning, I don't know if it's necessarily unlearning, but I think historically, one role that HR has played is to mitigate risks, to protect the company from any risk, and especially in the legal realm, employment realm. And I think a lot of times we need to unlearn being black and white in our way of thinking, because we're so driven by trying to avoid that risk and be more in the gray space. Back to what I was saying before, trying to understand what the problem is, and while still protecting and mitigating risk, being open, flexible, and agile to really adapt to what the need is in front of us. Because I think a lot of times when we are not comfortable in that business conversation, a lot of HR professionals go back to this black and white. The policy says, the law says, and I think we need to unlearn that and be more open and agile to work in the gray and be willing to be vulnerable to say, I don't know, and ask questions. And sometimes the stupid questions we were saying before, and focus on solving the problem, adding value, making an impact without forgetting about the risk, but not protecting ourselves or hiding behind the policy and the law or whatever that is.
Carolina, I actually had HR business partners that I told them, I said, if I hear you quote policy one more time, I will fire you in front of everybody. That is not our job. Everyone can go to the internet and search the policy to see what it says. They're asking for you to interpret, consult, and advise them on the next steps. So I'm glad you brought that up. I think for me, it was learning that it's okay in HR to be confrontational. Good confrontational, not just being a bully or anything else like that. And to me, someone that goes, well, policy states, it's kind of being a bully. You're not really giving that person any kind of actual reasons. But there are times that I will go toe to toe with the leader to defend an employee, even if the employee did something wrong. How they're going to be dealt with is somewhat punitive. So I have to go. Sometimes it gets ugly. Everybody bows up, and I'm like, look, it's fine. I grew up in the country, and I went to school in the hood. Do not let this fool you, because if you want to scrap, we will scrap. But at the end of the day, we're going to have a good, strong conversation about what's right for the company, what's right for you, and what's right for the employee. And I think for a while, I always felt like I had to be very, I had to seek peace all the time. And sometimes you don't. Actually, my tattoo here says, if you want peace, prepare for war. It's a Latin proverb. And I think that a lot of times, just kind of embracing that and understanding there's a right way to have respectful conflict. And sometimes we need to be the ones to instigate it.
I just want to say, not just with people, but also with products. I've had to go head to head with new way of thinking. And the response would be like, why are you making it so complicated? Why can't you just do an Excel spreadsheet to give us what we want? Because doing an Excel spreadsheet is the reason why you guys are floundering as it is right now. Like, we're trying to put a little bit more structure in the way of thinking. Just trust me and move forward. And sometimes I literally was just like, I'm not going to listen to you. I'm going to move forward with this. And you're going to see at the end of the day that this is better. I was successful in doing that twice, and my products were very successful. So fortunately, I didn't get fired for anything, because I was always scared that if I messed up, I knew I was out the door. But thankfully, every project I did, at the end, they were just like, wow, we just did not see that coming. We just did not expect that. We did not know you were capable of doing this. And, that's just the thing with HR. We're not just, an Excel spreadsheet, conversations about engagement. We're so much more than that. Just let us help you take your company to the next level, because that's what we're here for.
And can we also throw in there, HR should not mean a 10,000 word email in response to everything. I've got a rule on my team. If it's more than 4 lines in the email, pick up the phone and call me. I don't want to read all that, because if you send all of that and it's like a follow-up for documentation, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to read it because we already talked about it. But like this whole, I remember someone sent me something last week and I called him. I was like, that's a lot of words. What did that say? Like, what do you want? It was a 5-minute conversation versus, probably 2 hours, me stopping and going, trying to read in between it. I think that having those personal connections, just saying, hey, I got your email, got a couple of questions, just figured it'd be easier for the two of us to knock on the phone. It creates that relationship, and it shows you being a little bit more proactive rather than being HR, which is traditionally seen as kind of like, on the ivory tower behind the walled gates.
A little while back, I wrote an article about what living and speaking in a different language teaches me about change management. And one of the key takeaways was there's no way you can learn a new language unless you practice it and you go through mistakes. And we've touched on it in our conversation, but I do feel that there's a strong element of psychological safety in understanding the business language from an HR perspective and understanding the HR language from a business perspective. And I would just like to take really a few minutes, 2-3 minutes, and talk about how does psychological safety come into this conversation of making these two languages speak the same.
I think Lisa's been touching it throughout our conversation. If you don't have the culture where it's okay to be vulnerable, where it's okay to be in the room that is not a room that you would normally be in, then there's not that psychological safety for you to be able to learn and grow. And I think that you need to be in an environment where you can ask the question, where you can say, hey, does this link with the meeting we were in last week? Like, are those two things connected? Where people can be able to answer yes or no, and then be able to explain why.
I think I'll just build, I think Trent, brought it up that, it's creating those relationships, right? And that it's important to be able to pick up the phone and say, hey, I got your email, but I really want to, talk it through with you, right? And have those live conversations is super important. And you can create them. It might take a while, even if the culture is not necessarily supportive of it or doesn't, in the past. And if it's something that's really important, an initiative that you want to start bringing into the company, you can do that. You don't have to have permission to do that, right? Just do it.
And sometimes it's incumbent upon us to establish that psychological safety on other teams. And it starts with, kind of the way I view it is peer-to-peer, me having that psychological safety with my peer, and then diving deep and leveraging that credibility of, that senior leader going, hey, I talk to Trent about this stuff all the time. If you need something, definitely go to him, trust his judgment. They just kind of, none of my leaders say trust his judgment. They say ask him questions, but, at least kind of establishing that credibility within that segment is going to help you really be able to get a lot more work done without doing a lot more work.
Carolina.
Yeah, I only can echo everything that has been said. I think Lisa has been talking about this, calling it culture, but it's really one and the same thing. What she was referring to in this psychological safety, I think it's everyone's job to create that psychological safety, right? And it starts with each of us and being role models of that. If we want others to include us, if we want others to be open for us to ask the questions and be vulnerable, we need to start by role modeling and starting small and expanding from that. I think a little bit of what Trent said is you create this psychological safety with a peer, and once you build trust, that person expands that circle for you and opens the way for you to be able to expand your impact and your ability to be more vulnerable. The other thing that is very important is to develop empathy, right? If you're going after leaders to ask questions and learn, don't do it selfishly just for yourself, but also having empathy of what they're sharing and how you can add value back to them, right? It's not just, I want to learn, but I want to learn and I want to help you based on what I learn. And being able to put yourself in their shoes and understand what their needs are and being proactive. I think Tamika mentioned a few examples of her doing that. It's being proactive and proving that you being vulnerable, you showing curiosity, it's in their benefit. So they're going to be more and more open for you to be in the room, to participate in the meetings, to ask the questions, to take their time, because they know there is a return in investment when they create the space for you as an HR professional to do that.
Thank you so very much. Tomika, bring us home. We have about 1 minute left.
I agree 100% with everyone. Personal experience, I had that one person that I talked to and ran ideas from them. I used my network for all that it was worth. And I really was dependent on these people to help me through in my career. I think it's very good to have a trusted buddy. And I think it's important. This person doesn't necessarily have to be a C-suite executive or some sort of leader. It could be, someone, somebody else on your team, somebody, around the way, a friend of yours, somebody on LinkedIn that you've met through a meetup. You just want somebody to give you an honest assessment of what you want to do, and you want that honest feedback. So it's important just to find a trustworthy person who's really going to be honest with you.
Thank you all so very much. We are out of time. It was amazing having you here today. So a big thank you, Tamika, Carolina, Delia, and Lisa, and it's a joy sharing the conversation with you. Just a very small logistics ask for everybody in the audience. If you were with us at this conversation and you want to move into the next one, please make sure there's a link in the comments, just to avoid LinkedIn Live stopping some time before the 4 hours. Just make sure you rejoin using that link. So just jump off and then jump back on using the new link, and in this way you will be able to sit through the entire conversation. Thank you everybody very much. Please make sure you check out the recording on hackinghrlab.io. Many nuggets of wisdom. Thank you, and Lauren will take awesome care of you in the next conversation. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the final session of today's virtual event about being a strategic HR business partner. So happy to be with you this afternoon and or this evening or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to our final session of the day, co-creating and co-owning the people agenda, how HR business partners can influence business leaders and teams to collaborate on all things people and culture. That was a mouthful. I am Lauren Lefkowitz. I will be your moderator today. I'm an executive coach and with Fine as a Trap Coaching, and super excited to bring the panelists on in a moment. But before I do, I want to encourage you to bring in your comments, your questions. We certainly have a format and some questions that we want to get to. But I also want to keep an eye on what you're interested in hearing about, or if something that one of the panelists says comes into your head and makes you think of something that you want to know about. Also want to encourage you to connect with our panelists or follow their LinkedIn accounts, especially if they're active. I certainly am. The best way to build community is to build community through the communities that you really engage with and that you really resonate with. So without further ado, I will bring our panelists onto the stage and have them introduce themselves. And we will start breaking this topic down into terms that make sense to each of us and that will help you as you develop. Welcome, panelists. I'm going to ask you, and let's just go in the order that we are with Cindy, Bridget, Chris, and then Tracy. And if you could just introduce yourself, tell us where you work and what your position is, and then we'll dive into the conversation.
Thank you for having me. My name is Cindy. I've been doing HR for over 20 years, and I am the HR manager at All American Racers. And I am located in California.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Bridget White. I sit in Atlanta, Georgia, and I lead HR for
the Adecco brand in the Adecco Group, and also country head of HR for the US.
Wonderful.
Hi, I'm Chris Deaver. Really excited to be here today. I'm a co-founder of BraveCore. We work with leaders and teams and organizations to build cultures people love. I've done a lot of work with leaders and teams at places like Apple and Disney, and I'm really excited to be here today.
Terrific.
Hi, I'm Tracy Spanenberg. I'm the Chief People Officer for a company called the Granite Group. We're a wholesale distributor in the Northeast of the US, and I do some other things on the side, but that's my full-time day-to-day. I'm a full-time practitioner and have been for about 30 years. So I'm excited for this conversation.
Time flies, doesn't it? Amazing.
Yeah, I'm closer to 30 than 20 now.
So panelists, as we start to move forward, I'd love to hear from each of you on the questions that we bring to the table. And if you can just keep an eye on each other, you all can see when you're unmuting, when each other are unmuting, so that we don't interrupt each other. So let's dive in. So the title of our session today, as I said in the introduction, is quite a mouthful: co-creating and co-owning the people agenda, how HR business partners can influence business leaders and teams to collaborate on all things people and culture. So if we break that down into really a simple term, it's the people side of the people, right? Which in a lot of ways, we look at that and we think soft skills, and we sort of make a face at that. We think of culture as the softer side of the company, but we all know in this room, and we're in this room because we know that's not the softer or less important side of the business. So let's just start off by talking about culture and talking about why it's important to create and own culture in the same way that we create and own the business of the business.
I think just like you don't want your business to just run amok, right? So you don't just throw your business out into the world and say it's going to be what it's going to be. I think it's really important that you have a handle on what your culture is. So it's really, HR doesn't own culture. HR is part of culture and fosters part of it, but it's owned by everybody in the company. But as leadership, the leadership can really kind of help drive and shape that. At least that's the way I tend to think of it.
It's a really great point, Tracy. And culture is, I'm going to forget who says it, but we say it a lot at work, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. And that's a phrase that we often hear, but it really means in my mind that as intentional as we are about our business and how we position it, we have to be as intentional around culture, because culture really drives and enables the people that sit in your business to get the results, to cultivate the right relationships, to collaborate, to work with one another. And it's one of those things that will happen whether you cultivate the culture that you want or it happens on its own. It's going to be there. So it's best suited to work intentionally on how you want to shape and build that alongside the business, so that you get both results. You get the people who are very excited and energized about the work that they do and who they do it with, but also the team and achieving business results in doing so.
Yeah, I think culture is many things. It's interesting. We're in a time right now where we see a lot of cultures that are broken, a lot of toxic cultures, and there's also this. The great thing is we have an awareness that's been raising about this fact that what we're talking about, right? We have to be very intentional about culture, and leaders are coming to awareness of that. And in some sense, like post-pandemic, it was a sudden realization of like, wait, there's this thing called culture, and leaders have been largely ignoring it, right? We've kind of been in this HR, wilderness shouting culture for a long time. And it's good to see the attention towards it. I wonder how leaders are taking it seriously, as in to be truly intentional about setting the right building blocks in the culture and leading by example and truly embodying the kind of culture that they really want to build. And this is also something that, it's years in the making. So it takes a lot of, collective decisions and consciousness and intention, for leaders to do this very well. And in the places that we see that they do, they stand the test of time, right? They're the brands that we love, right? Nike, Apple, Disney. I've worked with these kinds of brands, and when they do this, it's a collective strength that, it is based in co-creation. It's something that's shared, right? That they build that culture together, and so that I think those are some of the things that that contribute to culture. Yeah.
I don't think I could add anything more to that. I mean, I think you guys have actually pretty much summed it up all, into, what the importance is of it.
Thanks so much. Thanks, panelists. Yeah, this is, it's very clear from just the beginning of our conversation that it doesn't matter what your strategy is if your culture is lagging. And Brigitte, I love the way that you said strategy, culture eats strategy for breakfast, that you can have the most beautiful on paper plans, but if your people aren't into it, then you're going to get a lot of work sort of halfway. You're going to have people actively disengaged. You're going to have a lot of presenteeism. And so before we talk into the how-tos, let's talk a little bit about what came up in this first set of responses, which is it's not just an HR function, right? HR is a partner in it. But if you are in HR and you see culture challenges, before you start putting process into actions, ideas into action, having focus groups, whatever we're going to talk about in this conversation, how do you talk to your leadership and get them on board with the idea that culture is as important, if not more, than strategy?
I think it's less what you say and how you say it and how you approach it, because you're going to have a culture that may be a really bad culture, and we probably all work places that have that, but we all want that elusive, really wonderful culture. And culture change takes many, many people and many years. It's measured in years, not months. And I think I approach this from not do this. Hey, it's deep relationships, it's influence, leveraging your skills of influence that you learn. It's building trust. So it's not necessarily something that you can do and go to your leadership and say, let's do this. You're pulling in all of those skills that you've built over time, or if you're new to an organization, you try to do that really pretty quickly, but it's bringing all of those into play.
I also like to lead with data. Data is unemotional, it's pretty objective, and many organizations participate in some form of an engagement survey, culture survey, pulse survey. And that data will oftentimes tell you what's the pulse of the organization, what is the general culture or sentiment, what is working well and what is not. And having those honest conversations in that objective way with the leadership team holds a bit of a mirror up and creates a conversation to say, okay, is this what we want our colleagues to feel, think, and experience as members of this organization? And if not, let's think about what we could do differently. Before even getting into the problem solving, it's recognizing and understanding this, where we are is where we are, but it doesn't mean where we have to stay. So let's align on, are we comfortable with what the data tells us, or is this a space to think and do something different? And that opens up the conversation a bit more openly, for what I've seen, because again, it's data, it's objective, it's not anyone's emotion or feeling or interpretation of it. It is the true indication of what your employees feel in the organization.
Yeah. So, we live in a time that's very global. I just take the example of we're having a conversation right now. We've got people, from many different countries, right? UK, Iraq, Morocco, Texas, if you want to count that as a country, Gilroy, California, which I can appreciate. It's the garlic capital of the world. I think culture is something that when we think about business and business models and what most leaders think about, right? They want to talk about strategy. They want to talk about the bottom line and the next quarter. And there's an urgency about that for them. And they've kind of designed for that, right? For the business. And when we think about design, the way to do it well that works over time is first principles. We figure out what are the first principles, right? You want to launch get a rocket to the moon and back, and self-launch or self-land. It's not just throwing aluminum and other parts at it. It's figuring out what are those first principles that are really going to do this right. And this is something that leaders have not done, right? Organizations largely have not done in terms of culture. Just kind of taken an approach of like, hey, there's some perks we can do. There's, and Pulse does give us a view about the organization. I think those are good tools, but ultimately leaders have to figure out, and we can partner with them in this, in our work in HR, is be the voice of, call it, co-creation, partnering with them to start to shape this conversation about what are these first principles? Who do we want this culture to be in the future? Right? Who is it right now? Let's be really honest with ourselves. And what do we want to become in the future? And start to build in a very intentional way. And that can create a momentum, right? It's like a perpetual motion machine. In science, they say this can't be done. Well, in culture, it can. And it takes building a sense of brain trust and co-creation about it to start to own culture together.
And to add to what Chris is talking about, I would say your mission statement. What does your mission statement say about your company? Does that align with what you want your culture to be, with what you're willing to do for your employees? So one big one would be mission statement. Create that strong foundation there.
Absolutely. Thank you. So we've got relationship building, data, models, principles, mission, right? The really broad strategic stuff to know as you are building towards recommending different factors for culture building. So let's get a little bit into the how, because if I'm a business partner, I may report to the CEO. I may report to the head of a division. I may report to a head of HR report into a business unit. There are all kinds of ways that HR business partners show up in the workplace. So if I am an HR business partner in any facet of the organization, how can I influence leaders to see people as the strategic enabler to the business? How do I marry culture with strategy?
I think we're all being polite, trying to give space for the next person. But how do you marry culture and strategy? I love that question because as an HR practitioner, if you think about how we have evolved as a profession, we have an opportunity to play in the strategic space, and that requires, as an HR partner, understanding your business and understanding the levers that you can pull. And people are one of the many levers to be a strategic enabler. But it's understanding what is the full book of your business, what is the priority, what is the goal, and then you drive the people agenda or the culture agenda that's supporting it from a people view. So an example of that might be as you're working with the various leaders at whatever level on their priorities that they're facing at the time, thinking about how do we either develop our people to address any skill gaps, any challenges that exist with where we're meant to go in the future as an organization and the current talent that exists today. So that's one piece, is that strategic enabler. And what is a skill that you need for tomorrow? How does that balance against the people and the skill that we have today? What can we do differently from a development, from a coaching, from an upskilling lens to help move them along? So that's just one example. But as you hear the conversations and think about where's the organization going, what is it that we need to accomplish? And then looking at the people that you have around within the organization in various roles, how can they support that need? being very clear and practical in that does help to allow people to be seen as a strategic enabler, but also yourself as a strategic partner in thinking through that lens.
Yeah, I think as a business partner, first of all, you can start small, right? Start with the leaders that you're working closely with, and to Berg's point is harnessing the tools that you have available. I think also we have to be bold and be brave and build a movement, right, inside of organizations where you're open to disrupting the status quo. Right, leaders have come to expect certain things from HR, and frankly, kind of treat it like Toby in the office, right? And it's not okay, and it's not useful. I think there's so much potential energy in our work and in what we can bring to the table that can be converted into kinetic energy with leaders that just hasn't been unleashed yet. Right. They say we use about 10% of our brain. Well, I think we use, leaders typically use about 10% of what HR can do. And as an organization, right, we're using maybe 10% of what's possible, right, with the talent that's, inside of our organization that can be unleashed with cultures that are really being co-creative, right, that are doing the kinds of things we're talking about. And so, but it can really boil down to something as simple as having brave conversations, creating brave space in teams, right? In conversations, in meetings, right? Meetings typically are drab, they're agenda driven, they're very bureaucratic, they're driven by rank oftentimes, and they can tend to be very terrible experiences for a lot of people. And now we're in a work-life situation that people are bringing their work home. Right. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we've seen numbers by Gallup. They were, somewhere in the 70% of, folks were disengaged before the pandemic. We can only imagine what those numbers are now. I'm seeing 85, maybe 90%. People are bringing their work home. In other words, they're bringing their experience of work into their home. And so I don't think we can be surprised by things like quiet quitting or ghosting. But what people really want is to feel like they can show up a certain way, and they don't have to, play pretenses, right? For example, the term executive presence is gone. I'm glad. I hated that term. And the leaders that are truly leading the future are showing up in a way that is embodying their mission statement, right? You can read the mission statement in the things they say and they do. And a simple example of this, it's also powerful, is leading with not answers, right? And dumping answers as experts. It's leading with questions. And so leaders that can plant questions and empower people with questions can change the experience in their work. An example of this is at Pixar, they'll send a question out a week in advance before a meeting and just let people marinate on that question. And so when they show up, a week later, everybody's had a chance to feel what they, their own perspective about that question and bring that to the table. And then in the meetings they have what they call brain trusts, and we did these at Apple as well, is, an approach that's egos off the table and building blocks on the table. And people are very transparent about, here's where my opportunities are. Here's where I need some help. And these were cross-functional. So essentially cross-staff meetings weekly. And that takes a lot of courage. And as Tracy said earlier, trust. But when you do that, you build this compounding effect in the organization that people start to own and build culture. And it's pretty amazing. And then if you add to that, the best ideas win approach, and it's not rank where people go quiet and just defer, but it's, hey, wow, that idea came from, that's great. It's about the idea. These are powerful things, especially when we think generationally, Gen Y, Gen Z, who value impact and purpose so much. These things matter. So I think these are some of the things I think about.
I love what both Bridget and Chris said. I think a lot of it resonates. And I think, I keep coming back to the title of becoming a strategic HR business partner. And I've been out of the sort of that kind of space for many, many, many years. And I think a lot about like, what would I tell myself stepping into an organization, and what would we need what would I need to do? And Chris, you brought up something that I talk about a lot, and I only started in recent years, in bravery. And I think that's not something that we typically associate with HR. And it's something that we need to, because it doesn't matter what you do within the world of HR, we have such an incredibly difficult job, and an incredibly difficult job that often goes unacknowledged how difficult it is. And so having that bravery, I think about this a lot, because, who's going to stand up to my CEO but me? And your CEO may not always love it, but if you're the top HR person in the company, who is going to tell them that they're wrong? Somebody sometimes has to. They may not always want to hear it, but they have to hear it. And you have to put your people first. And in a perfect world, that's married with the business. In a perfect world, your people strategy is married with the business strategy. But by putting your people first, and by having those tough conversations, and by training your managers, and by helping to create a diverse, equitable, and inclusive culture, those are all things that go into helping set the foundation for that experience. So I think, circling back, I think if I could tell myself, it would be brave. Have those hard conversations, give feedback, ask for feedback, take in feedback, act on that, and, exercise that bravery much more often.
I liked one of the comments that are actually on there from Erin, where she puts, when your colleagues know they can show up authentically, they will achieve more than they ever would have by trying to fit into a box. And so us actually setting that stage where you can show up as who you are and be accepted for whether you're blue, white, orange, purple, whatever it is, and just being able to be accepted, and not just the accepted part, but feeling like you belong, and creating that culture where we feel that we are part of, that we are taken into consideration, that we are taken, that others are being taken into consideration, and that they are included in everything that we do for the company. Whether it's, if we celebrate, I don't know, Mother's Day, let's say, for example, that we also celebrate Father's Day, that we also have things like a day for adoption, where we celebrate those that did adoptions, or things like that. I think that go a long way, and just being able to bridge those things, and coming up with those small but big, I wouldn't say perk, but small but big, just those gestures, that kindness, would go a long way with when bridging that gaps.
Great points, everyone. I heard a lot in this conversation about, and thank you to the commenter, and keep those comments coming in, and questions coming in, because they're helping us foster the conversation. But what we just talked about in this last question was that companies are agenda driven, and we often don't think of culture as agenda driven. And this topic is the agenda drive, right? And so, and the other thing that we talked about was bravery, authenticity, right? Like really showing up. And I think something that we forget a lot of the time is that no matter how high in leadership your leaders are, they are also humans who have feelings and emotions and reactions, and are buried in their own work and their own sort of field of vision. So when you think about bringing in a combination of bravery and authenticity and agenda drive, and really contributing to the strategy of your company or organization, how can we as HR business partners help leaders start seeing employees, the whole employee population, as co-creators?
Yeah, I think we start with realize, and we have to have a vision that's maybe even bigger than the leaders sometimes, right? About culture. For example, they asked, Tim Cook, he leads Apple. What do you think about Apple in 10 years? He said, I don't think about Apple in 10 years. I think about Apple in 100 years, 1,000 years, right? How big is their vision of what culture can accomplish, right? Martin Luther King Jr. said, that the story arc of history bends towards justice. He saw a future of what the culture could do over time that was far greater than what other people saw. I think these are the kinds of things that if leaders think about, and we as HR lean into, right? And in a sense of co-creating that kind of vision of the future of culture with leaders and teams, it changes everything, right? And then we ask ourselves, well, what are the first principles that are the core things that are going to last, right? And that we can shape together. And so we can distill those down, right, to simple anchoring principles, things that will guide us. I'll give you an example. We were doing this kind of work at Apple, and we asked ourselves, well, they're great at thinking different, right? This creates incredible products. But the challenges we started to see were in collaboration. There was friction across teams, horizontally. The organization had grown 10x in a very short time. And so they had asked, part of it was, how do we, we don't know how to teach Apple culture fast enough, right, to our teams. But we looked at it as a different question. So I think posing a different question can be helpful. We said, well, myself and a small team of HR folks that we formed, who said, well, how are we going to shape the culture with a lot of these newer people? 70% of the people were newer to Apple, and they wanted to be actively engaged in building that future. And so we started to heat map the organization and find the best of the best and ask them, how do they see the future, right? And intuit, what are the principles they embody that are already futuristic, right? For them as a culture. And what we found was, for them, we're great at thinking different. And that's a lot of kind of vertical technical depth of knowledge, but we need to be good at working different together and getting better at horizontal, collaboration and co-creation. And I think when you look at you zoom out even further in terms of any leader, any business, any team, any organization that we work with, well, we all experience a certain amount of subconscious or conscious fear. That's our baseline, right? We all do as human beings. And whether we acknowledge or know that at any given time, it's up for grabs, but maybe something that is conscious in front of us and we're afraid, or just an unknown future. And, the answer to that is, as we've been talking about, it's being brave, right? And that's a good thing. We move forward in a direction. But in this, especially Western world, there are limitations to that, right? How far, what do they say? The African proverb, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And, it's good to brave it alone, but in the extreme that can create silos. When you're brave together with others, you start to build culture. And when you do that, you can become an unstoppable team and organization. And I think it starts with us in HR, building that sense of partnership and collaboration, and then doing that with leaders, right? Start co-creating with them and show up as a co-creator, right? I think the question of how do you be start co-creating, and on what topics? Well, principles is a good one because you can explore that with them. For example, one leader we met with at Apple said, "So, what do you consider yourself?" He said, "I'm a coach." This is a leader over 4,000 engineers. We said, "What's a principle that guides you as a leader? If you were to pick out one principle?" And he said, "We talk a lot about bias training." He goes, "There's reasons for that. That's good." He said, "But I think about myself like this: if I show up in a room and somebody has their ideas, those are like their kids. And if I care as much or more about their kids as I do about mine, magic is going to happen." And then he distilled that down to a specific principle. He said, I feel like I need to be biased towards their ideas, right? Which is essentially empathy. But that became a guiding principle for us. We included in a set of principles for Apple that was their future. And it was pretty powerful. It's simple, but these are the kinds of powerful things that can contribute to, they built a AirPods business. It was $24 billion. It looks like it happened overnight, but what really happened was you had leaders who were leaning into principles like that.
Chris did such a great job covering that. I wanted to like do a hard pivot and attack one of the questions. Not attack, that's a terrible word, but one of the questions in here from LinkedIn user. I can't see who that is, but I think we've been talking about people first a few times. And I think to me, it does mean people will be put first in the thought process, but it doesn't always mean that good things happen. And I think that particularly if somebody is earlier in their career and watching this, you can be a people first organization. You can lead people first. And as an HR leader, you have to. You are not the compliance police. You are not there solely for the business. You're there to bring the business forward through its people and to help those people along in their careers and many, many other things. But it doesn't always mean that there are sunshine and rainbows, right? So there are difficult things. But you do need to consider people. You need to consider the impact on your people, and you need to consider the impact on your culture. That was a really great insight, whoever that was.
Tracy, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because I was sitting thinking a bit of the same thing, that as HR practitioners, as we work to drive culture, as we work with our leaders to co-create, we do those things with the intention that we build a great culture that colleagues want to stay in, that want to thrive, operate at their best, feel welcome, feel they can bring their full and authentic self. But we also have to recognize that that doesn't mean they'll stay forever. And that's okay too. So doing all the things right, if you will, for culture, to create a culture that the team members and employees can thrive in, that means we're doing absolutely the right thing that we should be doing. And we'll continue to do that and continue that journey. But it's also important for leaders to understand that even in doing those things, it doesn't mean that healthy turnover still won't exist. It doesn't mean that as we build opportunities for employees to grow and build with us and drive their career, that they might take another opportunity. So and I think it was Chris who said earlier on that we have to play the long game and stay the course. It's important as we engage with our leaders that they also know this, because in my mind, what qualifies as an amazing culture is one where the employees come in each day and they operate at their best, that they feel welcome, that they feel empowered, that they feel that they can contribute and co-collaborate and feel a sense of belonging. But that also means that that prepares them for their next. And we hope that their next is with us. But if it's not, we wish them well, but knowing that the culture lasts and sustains beyond any one person.
And what I love about what you said, Bridget, is that yes, and if you do it right, when they go on to their next job, they're going to want the same culture. And if let's say, for example, they have some sort of influence, they will create that culture that you instilled in them into their next. So you're planting seeds. And what better way of planting seeds when you get to see them, blossom, even if it's not necessarily with you, but you get to see them blossom somewhere else.
Such great points. And thank you to everybody who's coming in the comments. You're giving us great prompts to bring into the conversation. So one of the challenges I think we run into as partners to the business, as strategic thinkers, is the how. And we jump ourselves 30 steps into the future and to some conclusion that we want our leaders to come to. But we don't know what steps 1 through 29 are, and it can get really overwhelming. So how can we, as co-creators, as business partners, as strategic thinkers, what's like step 1, 2, 3 in order to start thinking about this, start planting the seeds for implementation? How do you get into the room, onto the radar, into the conversations?
Yeah, I think first you build, I think somebody said, Ms. Bridget, deep relationships, or Tracy may have said it, deep relationships is the way to really do this. And I found, one-on-ones, it's very meaningful, right? You get to know these leaders on a kind of deep level, and then you explore ways for them to do the same, right? If oftentimes they're so busy in the business and whatever they're building, a product, a service, or whatever functional, technical work they're doing, but there's an opportunity to deepen the relationships horizontally, to connect, to have more one-on-ones, right? To to have these brave conversations we're talking about, and that doesn't mean necessarily, some leaders would hear that and say, well, that's me showing up and being really bold about pushing for execution and these things and results and these obsessions that we have with quarter to quarter, and those aren't the things that make cultures last. The things that make cultures last are what we've been talking about, which is people feel, we want them feeling like, wow, and I felt this before in cultures where I say, I messed up now because I don't know, this culture is so amazing. I don't know how I can find something that is this good somewhere else. Right. And that's a great thing, right? As a magnet for people to feel. And then, to Sandy's point, then they can bring that wherever they go. And what are you contributing to the world? If you're contributing culture shapers to the world, that is a noble thing. I can't think of anything more powerful for people in their lives. And going back to, oftentimes how leaders deal with this, I think, okay, we can also influence how they think about talent, right? Their mindset. Many leaders, think about numbers. They think about it in terms of numbers, right? And my name is Chris Deaver. I'm not a number, right? Each of us here is not a number. And I think that if they can learn that lesson. I had a conversation with a large group of engineering managers, and they were in that mindset, right? And treating people like that, where if you leave the team or the organization, you're dead to me, right? Or talent hoarding, right? Where they have their best and they're just not interested in sharing. And these are things that hold back a culture, right? These are the things that cause issues. And so a lot of the conversations we had were brave discussions. And I'd say things like, look, you don't own your people, right? They either, there's a few options here, right? They retire, they die, or they move on at some point, right? They change companies. This is life, right? And, but the beauty is while they're here as part of your team, you get the opportunity to really make a difference in their life and make a difference in what you're building together. And how special do you want that to be, right? What kind of magic do you want there to be? We often talk about products and services, creating an experience that surprises and delights people, right? Something that they couldn't imagine, just what that can do. And leaders can be very focused on that. That's a good thing. But let's ask ourselves that question of behind the curtain, are people having those kinds of experiences, right? In meetings where they feel, wow, surprised and delighted. It's like a revelatory experience. We came in with our ideas about how things should be or what I wanted and what you wanted, but we created something that was a synthesis. We co-created, and it's surprising how what we've made can really change what we were thinking about. So I think these are the kinds of things that people really value, and they have a huge impact on both the business and the culture.
I think, you want a 1, 2, and 3, Lauren. And I think, I love a good checklist. Like give me a checklist and I'll, work it through. And I know as an HR person for my whole career, I'm going to stereotype and say we tend to do that. We tend to love a framework that here you go, take this, do this, and all is going to be okay. That doesn't work in most things. And it certainly doesn't work in this situation. So, I can say 3 things. It's not necessarily a checklist, and it's not necessarily going to be applicable in every way, shape, or form, but 3 broad things: trust, transparency, and feedback or continuous conversations of something. There's lots of things, but those 3 things will go a long way.
I would say the same. I mean, trust, openness, being vulnerable, and definitely just be willing to receive and provide feedback will go a long way.
I think a lot of great things were said. I'll just add one more to that. And it is doing what you say you're going to do. And that's at all levels of leadership and employee. That stems in trust, yes, but it's also in doing what you say you're going to do each day and creating that experience for everybody. That's huge in any culture that we want to work through and build.
Probably the most important thing. I had that in my head and I was like, I couldn't get it out of my mouth, but that's probably the most important thing.
I want to bring in a comment, and thank you, everybody. I want to bring in a comment from Erin in the in LinkedIn that I won't read the whole comment, but she talks about some self-awareness and empathy and assuming positive intent. So I think we go into a lot of these conversations with fear that we're going to be rejected, that people are going to think our ideas are not strategic and not something enough, right? That we don't matter quite as much as the next level and the next level and the next level. And so I love what Erin said about, I always try to assume positive intent from others. Everyone is doing their best. And I think that's so important because humans, we know this, there's tons of research on it. Humans tend to have a negative bias. How am I going to be rejected? What are the mean things that people are going to say? But the truth is, we all want to succeed. And in a company that wants to be healthy, we want to be impacting each other positively. So if we're talking about being brave and we're talking about stepping in and really talking about what we want for the organization, for the company, what we know other people want, if we're having conversations at our peer level or in our business division level, what are some tactical ways, whether it's setting up appointments with people, whether it's questionnaire, what are some ideas that you have that are more tactical and really easy to grab onto that people can start with in their HRBP positions?
Yeah.
Lauren, before you go, sorry, Chris, before you go into that, I just want to say something about positive intent because I don't necessarily totally agree with that, because I think intent is great. It's impact that matters, right? And so I do talk to my people a lot about assuming positive intent, but sometimes people don't have positive intent, and that can overlook, some really terrible behavior and some biases. So I think that keeping that behavior, and especially if you're new to the profession, I think that's good on the whole, and it's a good way to approach life. But I think keeping those behaviors and those actions in mind more than the intent is really, really important.
Thanks for adding that, Tracy. And that is why I threw in healthy companies, right? Like companies that have a healthy mindset towards that. Yeah, there are going to be, and Chris will move to you next, but there are going to be situations where you are not in an environment where you can impact change because there is not positive intent. There is not positive impact. And that's a whole other virtual summit that hopefully we'll do at some point. But if we are assuming that we're in a position where there is that opportunity for a company and individuals who are looking for solutions, are looking for cultural development in a positive way, where do we go with that tactically?
Yeah, I think simply, and I agree that what Tracy said. I think that it's not about oftentimes leaders, because we're so target oriented, they're so goal oriented about business results. Usually, when things are, and we're facing a lot of different crises, right? A lot of different fronts right now. And if not anything else, mental health, and wellness is taking a hit, right? People are suffering right now. And the last thing they need is leaders showing up playing the blame game, right? With finger pointing. What we need is leaders and people doing what we're talking about, kind of the mirror test of what do I need to do differently, right? Showing up with ownership. And if we're right, and again, this thing rolls downhill. If they're finger pointing, everybody's doing that. Well, if they're asking themselves the question, what do I need to do differently? Then everybody's doing that. I think that's a simple question that leaders can do. It's kind of the mirror test. And then adding back to, what are the key kind of pieces to this? There's some simple building blocks. One is, shared wisdom. This is leading with questions and not answers, right? We live in a world where answers are dumped everywhere. We have experts everywhere. We have answers all over the place. And we don't get the opportunity as human beings to be heard, right? As much as we would want, all of us. So there's power in questions, leading with questions. Another one's deep empathy, right? Where people feel, and I think if you look at it, the breakdown of this quite simply, mind, right? So logos, heart is pathos, right? We don't, oftentimes leaders, organizations, it's not even a consideration. And yet that's the core of everything, is how do people feel in your organization? How should they feel? How should you feel? Right? We're seeing data that's telling us that AI in the medical profession is much more human, or showing up more human than doctors are. And I think we'd say this is surprising, except it's not, because most people go to the doctor and it's a checklist exercise. They're the expert, and they're going to dump their expertise on you and you're out. And how many leaders do this in business? I don't think it's too different. But what happens in a world when AI is doing a better job of being human as leaders? Are you kidding me? We need leaders who are showing up with heart as well as mind, right? And then the last piece to that makes us co-creators is being tethered to principles and being powered by principles. So we're co-creating, and we understand the value of others and how we can build together. And a simple way to do that is just invite it, right? Through questions, and start to build those things that we want to see, right? And I think we hold ourselves back, right? In HR, we have inhibitions about this. We look at what's been done before, the familiar, and we allow ourselves to kind of get, to sit in the box. And then we're frustrated that they see us in a box. Well, there's no box. Break the box. Start building, and you can build things that are different. And especially, the thing is too, if you show up and it's always just programs that you're sharing with leaders or kind of throwing over the fence, that's all they're going to have. And that's not really going to serve what we're talking about. The future of culture depends on, in terms of organizations, depends on you showing up and co-creating that culture with leaders. They're going to have questions or answers. They're going to unlock a lot of what we're talking about. And so we can help be the vehicle to that, but we have to be really open to it and invite it, and be bold enough and brave enough, or together with leaders to build it.
Thanks. I'll chime in with just a few thoughts. I think Tracy, earlier today, you spoke to your younger in career self, early career. So I'll do the same and think about, what would I tell myself years ago if I were joining HR, new into my career and wanted to help build culture? The first thing I would say is to show up with passion. In HR, particularly as an HR business partner, we play a balance and kind of in the midst of operating with our leaders that we work with, as well as being the face of HR to the people in the teams. And so with that, show up with passion, toggle that road, but be curious. So take advantage of being close enough to employees and colleagues that you can ask questions, ask bold questions, open up the conversation in what's working well, what isn't, and share that with the leaders in a way that is purposeful, that drives some intention and activity, but also maintains the trust and confidence of those who share it with you. I think that becomes important. And then challenge yourself to get to know people. Open up the aperture of who you know in the organization, and reach out to people, to employees at all different levels, to help build your understanding of what the shape is of the organization. It's easy sometimes in HR to sit behind the desk or sit behind your computer if you're sitting virtually and not really having a good pulse on what's happening in the organization, because people tend to tell you what you want, what they think you want to hear. So being open to those questions, asking, building relationships such that you have a true understanding, and then engaging with your leaders and helping to bridge that, but also helping to co-create based on the data and information that you learn.
Thank you. Cindy, we lost you for a second, but do you have anything to add to this, or would you like me to move on to the next question?
We can move on. I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear the last part. Somebody walked
That's
in
okay.
the
That's
office,
okay.
so.
Glad to have you back on the stage. So final question, and we just have a couple of minutes left, but final question, I'm going to give you a choice. Either your final thoughts as we're walking out of this conversation today could be things that really struck you, things we didn't get to, or just sort of the broad question of how do we build cultures people just love?
I'm going to jump in because I'm like hot off of HR Tech last week and I saw Marcus Buckingham speak. So I'm going to jump into this cultures people love. So, and I don't have a blueprint for this, but he said something that stuck with me. Like he talks about love as a real business principle. And he talks about people need to love only 20% of their job. So I think what I want to leave people with, so it's both answering the question and leaving people with, is it's going to feel weird at first, but start talking about love at work, because that's what we want. We want to love our jobs, or at least part of our jobs. Everyone wants that. Even 20%. Can you build a culture where people love 20% of their job?
And I would just add, let's bring back the human element to culture.
My piece would be don't overcomplicate it. Put very tangible words, thoughts, ideas around what is the culture that you want to help shape, and work to drive that. Sometimes we get stuck in the thinking and ideating that we don't get into the action. Don't get stuck. Just start.
Yeah, I love what's been shared. I'd say just adding to that, let's not reside in fear, and let's be brave, and be brave together. And I agree that love is a powerful thing. And if people describe their work, I mean, we know it, right? When you see those people, you can feel, and when they say, "Wow, I love my job," that's what we want, right? And that is the ultimate metric. Because it's the goose that keeps on laying the golden eggs, and I think if we look for that, and if leaders and teams, or obviously people want that, then we just kind of let them loose and make that happen, help build it.
Everybody, thank you so much. The conversation today has been so rich. You've given such great ideas, and super appreciate your contributions from all of your time and experience. This has been such a rich conversation about combining the human side of the humans we work with data and agenda and being brave and really bringing the humanness into the conversations when that's the opportunity that we have as HR, is to bring the people side in. So thank you again. Listeners and watchers, if you have gotten value out of this conversation, connect to each other from the comments, connect to the panelists and me, and have a wonderful evening. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you, Lauren. Bye all.